Hello,
hey
everybody, and welcome back to Tabletop Notch, a peek beneath the veil. This is going to be chapter 79.
Ooh.
You may notice that tonight we are without one of our players. She's off at a wedding. Have fun, Leah / Beezaura. But
not her wedding.
No,
as far as we know.
No.
Yeah, not as far
Man,
as
we weren't invited to that.
That would be rough.
Wild.
Yeah.
She scheduled it on a Sunday night, so we
couldn't go.
I hope you're having a wonderful time.
Yeah. Lots of fun.
At a wedding.
But in the meantime, Beezaura, not Leah, is off investigating Mr. 2, the Mr. 2 situation, and what you might be able to find out on one of the ships. One of the guys who sort of keeps in contact with Mr. 2 might have a little bit of information for her. But for the rest of us, we have a different task at hand. Something that has brought the group possibly together for the first time in a little while.
possibly together.
Well, you're not all on the same spider rolling into town.
No.
You're not there
Oh,
yet.
what if he's
is what
taking
I'm
us to
saying.
different places? There's a spider.
He's like, psych, you're way out of town. Walk back.
Dillasu, took to, deuces.
That'd be messed up, man.
But before we do that, before we dive in, things we want to say, shout-outs.
Leah's... No, we have to do that part last, right? Normally she's here. I'll do my thing.
Do your
God,
thing.
I'll
Start
do
with
my
your
thing.
thing.
The podcast comes out every Tuesday morning, so if you miss this, if you're missing this, you wouldn't be hearing this, you'd be listening to it on the podcast, which comes out on a Tuesday in the morning, and then we re-air the episode on YouTube on Fridays at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, and we usually hang out and chat and make fun of each other and re-watch all the glory of what occurs.
Amazing.
Legendary Action and Alex resub, so thank you very much.
Thank you
We
guys.
appreciate it. Anybody
They started
who-
a new campaign
Yes.
the other day.
Oh,
Got
yeah.
a little bit of it.
Folks gotta check it out. They are starting to do this whole Witcher stream. They
that was cool. You like The
revamped
Witcher?
all of their overlays and stuff, and the story is really incredible. We watched a bit of it the other night as I fell to sleep. And he just resubbed, so thank you so
Thank
very,
you
very much.
Welcome back. Enjoy.
You're a fave, so thank you.
Awesome. Anybody else? And now, if we'd like to.
In honor.
Yes, in honor of our missing participant, if people would like to shout out a day of the week or month, or is it of the month? Of the
It's of the day.
It's of
It's
the
the
year?
day. It's like national
it's
whatever
of
day.
The whole, yes, of the day of
Yes.
the year, yes.
Go ahead.
You're letting me go first?
Yeah.
Happy 7th night of Hanukkah. I'm gonna
Happy
take
7th
that
of
one.
Hanukkah.
So thank you. Thank you.
None of us prepared
Thank
this
you.
too, but at least
I
So-
did very quickly
So
look up.
thanks, Veronica.
This is really easy. Okay.
There is the bathtub party day.
What?
Did you look that up right
I
now?
looked that up right now.
Hot tub
so
stream?
look
Hot tub
forward
stream?
to
Hot tub stream?
hot tub stream.
Hot tub
Well,
When we come back from intro, we'll be in hot tub.
We'll
Yeah.
kick it on over to Pools, Hot Tubs, and Beaches. Is that what it is? Pools, Hot Tubs, and Beaches?
Pools, hot tubs, and beaches.
Well, when you're playing D&D in a hot tub, what do you do?
You can pick. You can get to decide.
Okay.
Happy semi-final day for the Canadian Football League. Saskatchewan and Winnipeg is playing right now. Wow. Toronto already lost to Hamilton.
Oh,
Nailed it.
Hamilton.
The tie
of all
cats.
teams.
Canadian American football?
Yeah,
Or
no,
Canadian...
Canadian three-down football. Wider field, less people, one less down.
Less
deeper
people on
end
the field or less people watching?
Oh, both.
No idea.
Any day that you'd like to shout out for us?
Oh no, I didn't prepare a day. Was
Make
I
it up.
supposed
Make
to?
it up.
Make it up.
Happy Mr. Morty the Snake Day.
Oh,
Oh, I like that. The new
I
snake
declared
dog.
it. It's my day.
Nobody else did.
December 5th.
Yeah,
December
there we
5th?
go.
what was
Official.
it? Praise?
Excellent.
We miss you, Leah.
We miss you.
That's hard.
We were
was
lost without
tragic.
you, clearly.
Tragic.
And with that, we shall throw it over to the intro, and when we get back, we'll do a little recap. We'll dive right in.
Oh gosh.
See you on the other side, everybody.
Okay.
In Chapter 78, Some Assembly Required. Safira crossed paths with a familiar face on her way to meet with Orba in Nakuzi. It was the weapons expert, Sarn Darrow, who was taking some of Navikapur's young men and women on a wilderness retreat, though he turned his attention to Safira's 2 bows as she rode by. He mentioned that some time ago he'd trained with a veteran of the Bloodhawk Infantry, the very same division that boasted the likes of the great archery master, Wachi Faro. Safira was guarded about revealing her association with the Bloodhawks due to her deserter status. But Sarn's offer to teach her some advanced techniques using the Wild Ordnance weapons was too tempting to pass up, and we made tentative plans to meet the following day at his training facility. Beezaura and Graven, renewed in their resolve after releasing Villapont Willoughby from his prior engagements, headed first to the short ports, where one of the custodians was grateful for any help we could provide regarding the clogged sewage pipe, though a busy workload meant we'd have to come back later when she could supervise us. The next stop was Reciprocity, and despite a willingness to discuss the body that had washed up on the south bank, Senka Uberti had no desire to converse with Graven, an outsider who was not under her employ. Irritated at her obstinacy, Graven was forced to wait by the fountain with Mr. One, but while he wasn't much for vocalization, the wizard offered a few nods and shakes of the head for a bit of insight into his relationship with Senka and the missing Mr. Two. Elsewhere, returning from the incident at the hedge maze, Erland found a private moment alone at the Upa Alehouse to focus on his breathing exercises that he learned from the healer Jaw Houghton back in Tuktu. In doing so, he unlocked a better understanding of how to control the mysterious powers within him, and also discovered a new twist on an old ability that could help ward off attacking foes. Speaking of foes, as Erland returned to the bar, he barely had time to converse with Satyria before he was heckled by another monk who hailed from the Temple of the Forked Tongue. This particular miscreant had been trying to enter Sarn's academy for some time. He was peeved that Erland was being considered for an opening, while drinking heavily to console himself. A nasty exchange of insults resulted in the declaration of a duel, and we added that potential fight to our ever-growing Navikapur to-do list. In Nakuzi, Orba's plan for a brief visit to the Nukelkian church was prolonged by a timid man named Erland, who was looking for some guidance in his prayers. He was reaching a crossroads in his life and his relationship with his father. Orba offered up what little help that she could, and the two of them shared a solemn connection before going their separate ways. As our wizard headed back to the tattoo parlor, Senka was leading Beezaura to the storage basement beneath her brothel, where a chained and gagged man was being held after claiming to have a lead regarding Mr. Two. Wanting to see what her promised chess piece was paying for, Senka left us to extract the information in any way that we saw fit. And while Beezaura largely avoided the use of physical force, she scared her prisoner enough that he agreed to sneak her onto a boat in the harbor, where one of his shipmates might finally have a clue that could break the case open. Graven, however, was still solidly focused on the string of murders, and after talking to a woman across the river who had a good relationship with one of Senka's housekeepers, he thought perhaps there was something that had gone overlooked when the first body was discovered. Walking through the streets of Wamparani, Graven's train of thought was interrupted after a blue-robed acolyte approached with a request for a meeting, and nearly identical conversations were taking place in the other townships, as it seemed someone was very keen on getting us together for an important discussion. With exclusive access to the not-yet-open steedaway, we hurtled towards an unexpected reunion here in the late afternoon, and we asked ourselves, were we prepared to finally have an audience with some of the most powerful and influential figures in Navikapur?
Dude.
Would Beezaura's below-deck investigation prove fruitful in a way that would make her absence from this assembly worthwhile? And was this a bad time for Erland to be meeting new people, given his recent downward spiral of kicking commoners and describing to other monks how he murdered their monastic kin? We find out now, on chapter 79 of A Peek Beneath the Veil.
Oh no. Don't.
It's kicking
Don't do
through the
farts.
Like a stampede of small game across an open plain, a cacophony of quiet thumping fills the tunnel as the steeders propel themselves forward with powerful legs that occasionally sneak into the periphery of your vision because they use not just the floor but the walls as well to grab and pull themselves forward at these high speeds. You've seen the way a bird perched on one's arm will stabilize its head as you move the body back and forth, and you imagine someone watching from a distance would observe a similar phenomena. With a spider's thorax, as the legs move, they keep their body very still, and it's this quality that makes them very valuable transport creatures, as without it, the constant jostling would be borderline intolerable. So you're sort of sitting there, and there's a little movement, you can feel the air whipping by, but the body of the spider stays relatively stabilized as it kind of continues to pull itself through the tunnel.
Start nodding off.
Being one township closer, it's Erland that arrives first at his destination. And while the steeder doesn't come to an instantaneous halt, it isn't a slow deceleration either, and the straps that hold you to the chair kind of dig into your chest as it involuntarily leans you forward, coming to a stop. The first thing you notice, as you will your heart to slow its beating, is that another blue-robed acolyte is waiting at the base of the stairwell that leads out, and he follows you silently with his eyes as you approach. So you come to a halt, and the man, the sort of handler who's at the front of the steeder, turns back. Now, stay seated until I get back there and unstrap you. Did good. Didn't hear much in the way of coughing. I hope you enjoyed this little glimpse into the future of Vikapura's transportation system.
Why do most people cough?
Well, if you accidentally open your mouth, you tend to inhale a bunch of dust as the spider moves through the tunnel.
No, I'm fairly good at keeping my mouth closed.
No, you're not.
That's good to know. He sort of hops up off after unbuckling, and he comes over and you sort of hold your hands up a little bit as he sort of unties some of the straps, and looses you from it a little bit. Hop on down.
I'll sort of climb down.
And immediately as you sort of step off, you take a look back, and once again, sort of, you take in the sight of the spider, which is easy to forget when you're on it, but this massive creature kind of legs just kind of feeling around quietly in the sort of dust, the gravel beneath it.
Erland kind of gives it like a trepidatious pat as he heads up.
And it kind of reacts a little bit to that, but doesn't look directly at you.
I kick him.
And the handler puts kind of a hand on your shoulder. Now, don't forget to tell whatever high-ranking official that got you early access that Handler Birch gave you a smooth ride.
Sure. And look forward to riding with you again soon, Birch.
Till next time. He hops back up onto the steeder.
5 stars.
And at this point, the acolyte comes a little closer, sort of moving as the steeder's kind of quietly ramping up its sort of moving down the tunnel. We wait for 2 others before we depart. It shouldn't be long.
Do you already have the Tiefling?
We wait for the 2 others before we go.
I see. All right.
So the 2 of you kind of wait there and kind of you can hear the quiet thumping kind of getting further and further away. A little bit of time passes.
Does he give off like any body language? Like, is there any like? Does he show fear? Does he show, or is he like totally neutral?
He is pretty neutral. Are you looking for something specific?
Yeah, like anxiety, nerves, fear.
Make an insight check.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Even with his sort of very neutral mask that he's putting on, when he speaks, there's a little bit of quickness to the dialogue, sort of getting the words out. You get just kind of the impression from him that maybe he can tell by whoever he spoke to that this is something important, something they've been waiting for some time. Just that he doesn't seem like, oh, this is every day, no big deal, this happens. He's like, this seems important, the sort of air he's putting upon.
Great.
A little bit of time passes, and as that kind of thumping drifts away, there's silence for a little bit, and then from the other direction, and sort of screeching to a halt, kicking up a little bit of dust, and Graven kind of, again, the straps sort of pulling him forward. Graven a little heavier, he gets pulled forward a little further, and then back into his seat. And once again, the handler kind of gives you a little, stay there till I get your straps, and he hops off, pulls the straps. He gives you a hand, helps you down. Till next time. Hops back on his teeter. And you see Erland for the first time in a little while.
I suppose we'll have time to catch up later.
Have you seen anyone else?
No, I just arrived myself.
There is supposed to be one more with you.
There was one. She was on the coast with me, yes. But we got split up.
Is she not coming?
I don't know. I don't know how you know where I was. I figured you'd know where she was.
We were told that she would be with you.
What about there's the tiefling and then there's a half-elf with her as well.
We'll get to that. If she didn't come with you, then the other acolyte is probably attempting to locate her right now.
Is she alright, Goliath?
She's fine.
She'll meet up with us.
Alright.
He starts to walk. He moves up that kind of tunnel. And you ascend this staircase. You find yourselves once again in a building that looks repurposed, very much like the other steedaway entrances. It doesn't seem like they were constructed initially with that purpose. It was all other buildings that have kind of been converted and used for this. Though as with most structures in this township, with perhaps the exception of the church, it's less grand than its kind of eastern and western counterparts. And judging by the kind of open concept as you come up out of the stairs, there's an upper balcony area and a cutout wall that looks like it leads to an old defunct kitchen. It looks like it was a tavern at one point, some kind of bar or tavern that has since been repurposed, no longer in use.
So we've sort of come up.
Yes, you've come up above the ground now, presumably to above ground level.
Could we... Sorry.
Is he leading us?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Is there enough distance in between us that if I whispered something to him, he might not hear it?
Possibly. You'd have to be pretty quiet. I mean, he's not that far ahead of you.
Okay.
But there's a little noise as you guys are walking across the wood floor of the tavern, but, I mean, he would definitely be able to hear that you're talking. He might not be able to hear exactly what you're saying.
I'm going to put a light hand just on Graven and just say, slower. And I'm going to slow my pace a little bit.
Sure, you guys slow, and he continues to walk a little bit, so you have a moment here before he kind of realizes that he's dropped.
I'm going to whisper quickly and quietly. I'm going to say, Orba met with Celis. I think things went well. This is either Celis or Khlyff, perhaps.
All right.
And after that, he turns. If you would please come this way.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
And he starts to walk again. Orba and Safira are led up kind of away from the river, toward the dense woods that flanks the Nakuzi township to the north. It's a very short walk, but the house that you're heading towards seems to have built almost intentionally away from the main clusters of homes while still technically remaining parts of the township. I'm going to bring up the map here. It's this little guy right up here, right before you get to the forest. Okay. That is the house that you're heading towards.
Where are my maps?
Surrounded by more trees than its neighbors, with wooden shutters instead of curtains, and a fence that it doesn't actually surround the property, it just kind of draws a line between the residents and the rest of Nakuzi. The entire property seems to be shouting, "Go away," someone who very much would prefer to be kept alone. And the man that you see just outside the door seems perfectly paired with such a dwelling. Narrow, intense, stringy dark hair, and nervous tendency to kind of pick at his goatee as he looks around. The man is standing next to another one of the blue-robed acolytes. So you're being led by one, and then you're approaching one who's standing with this man. And it looks like the acolyte that's standing with the man that you're heading towards is counting out a sum of coin. You see him counting out a few coins. He picks up the stack, and he hands it over to the man, who takes the coins, snatches it, and kind of nervously counts it as he watches you guys approach, before giving the guy a stiff nod, pockets the gold. And the man leaves. He sort of walks away as you guys are approaching. That man is now leaving the vicinity of this place. Khlyff Ironcloud has chartered the home of Mr. Byrne for the purposes of your meeting this afternoon. Please respect his property as you would your own.
Alright. I'll keep off the grass.
And he leads you up to the door. If you would please wait inside until the rest of your companions have arrived, then we will inform Khlyff and he will join you.
The rest of them?
Yes,
They are all coming?
that is the intention.
Why are you looking at me?
Okay.
Khlyff chooses to not have a stagnant base of operations, or even a personal residence. It is one of many safety measures that he takes.
Right.
Instead, he pays various trusted northerners to occupy their space for a time. And so we have borrowed Mr. Burns' home.
When can we anticipate the rest of our companions?
Hopefully soon.
All right.
Please confine yourself to the first room upon entering. There are chairs, and we've lit the fireplace already.
Okay.
And cracks the door open. And the two of the acolytes kind of look at each other and kind of exchange nods that they've kind of done their duty. And the one that led you here turns around and starts to walk away. It seems like one of them is still sort of remained at the entrance here to see everyone in.
When I look at them, do they have any, like, spell casting tools
Give me a
on
perception
them?
check.
15?
Not visible ones, no.
Okay.
They're fairly loose robes, you know. You have a robe, you know that if you needed to tuck something out of sight, you could, but certainly not visible ones.
Okay. Inside?
Yeah, okay.
Who steps inside first?
Yeah. I will step inside.
You pass through the door, and you step into a very curiously mismatched sitting room. Each chair and couch, of which there are several, look like they've come from different places, almost as if not commissioned, but collected from various different places, like antiques almost. There's a stone bench here, a plush ottoman there, and also a kind of heavy wooden rocking chair kind of right near the lit fireplace on one wall. It's kind of crackling there. It's nice and cozy and warm inside here. The house itself isn't big. Besides the room that you're in, there's maybe 2 others. There's a kitchen that you can see, and then a closed door that you imagine could lead to a bedroom because you don't see a bed in this open room. There's also a ladder in the corner that leads up to a top panel in the ceiling, perhaps for some kind of attic storage space. And that's the entirety of the home. Even as you were approaching, you could tell this was not sort of a grand sort of property, just a small, cozy home.
Takes quite a few security precautions, doesn't he?
Yes. So here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
Graven's coming.
Okay.
And
Yeah?
where do I start? Where do I start?
Problem?
Yes, problem.
I can
Probably
sense
a problem.
there's Problem, yeah.
Okay. It's not a page, it's me.
What?
It's me, Safira. I'm the thing. I'm the thing. And Khlyff is going to be talking to me about it. And Graven is going to be present for it. He can't. Right?
I'm sorry, I'm speechless.
No, that's okay. Take a second.
Moment there.
Take maybe 2 seconds, but we don't have much time.
Hang on.
Okay.
No, I need more time. We can't kick him out. What are they going to do? They clearly wanted all your companions. I'm sure it's a talk about, I don't know, I don't know. At this point, I thought I maybe knew what it maybe was, but now I have no idea.
I don't know what this is either. I didn't think he would be inviting all of you, but I mean, it is rude to uninvite Graven, but it is also probably really bad if he enters one of those states again where Gluttony comes out. Right?
No, that would be worst case scenario, I think. Yeah, no, avoid that would be good. Okay, problem. So, solutions.
Yeah. Run them down for me.
Number 1.
Can I pretend that I've got some urgent business that I've got to take him off with me?
I don't. You could try. My
What will we do?
My thought is like, what if I have you and Graven like wait outside and be like, I must have Erland present for some like special thing, and then you and the Graven. That way, Graven doesn't. I don't think Graven can know. I don't know if Graven can know.
It's not bad. I mean, sure, I'm willing to wait outside. I trust you. I'm sure you'll give me information I need. I mean, Erland, I don't trust him as far as I can throw him, but,
He'll be with me.
Exactly. So, that's fine. I suppose we can wait outside. I don't know if Khlyff is going to want that.
I don't think so either.
That's
It doesn't
what
strike me as somebody
And it doesn't strike me as something that we can exactly explain to him.
No.
No, not at all. Well, fuck.
Well, that's in our back pocket. We know that it's an option.
Yeah.
Am I a bad friend? Can Graven know? Do we think?
No, I think I mean, what are you gonna do? You're not bad. This is the you know. I'm not gonna say anything else.
Okay.
I'm just pointing at the bad thing.
Okay, we'll play it by ear. But if Khlyff starts to seem like maybe he's gonna start talking details here.
What do you think? Hang on. I think the details are already sorry. I think that conversation has already started. Don't you think? If we weren't going to talk details, why would they go to this much trouble? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
They did go to some trouble to wrangle us to get us here.
Yeah.
And they rented a house apparently, which I imagine somehow they're not going to like any amendments to the plan.
Okay. Okay, let's not piss off Khlyff until it pisses off.
Right, because here's the thing, as far as higher powers, right, that I'm afraid of, personally, it goes and then Khlyff. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay.
Okay.
As long as we're agreed.
More conversations on the podcast. Gonna love.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Can he not see anything in Kuzma? Like only if someone says his name is he like, what the hell's going on over there?
Well, there's a lot of gods, so when you point up, they're like, who's it?
Boothmere, I think he's talking about you. Boothmere, he's talking about you.
Oh, Jesus.
Should come up with a code word.
Oh, we don't need any more of those. But anyways, I'm sorry that I didn't say anything, but yeah, it's
I'm not sure how to. I don't know how you feel about that. Right, that's actually that reaction was exactly sort of what I was thinking you would feel about it. The kind of, you know.
it's a pretty big deal,
Yeah.
but also a little scary. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a lot of questions. I don't think somehow now is the moment.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know why you're thanking me.
Well, this is just nice not to go through alone, so this is nice.
And Safira kind of like puts like an arm around her. She's kind of looking around like, oh god.
Okay. Let's sit down, I guess.
Guys, take a seat.
Yeah.
You guys had that conversation standing up in a panic in the middle of the room.
People are looking around like the fuck.
And as Orba and Safira take a moment, Erland and Graven emerge. So you guys are coming out, and I can also show you this. You guys have exited this now defunct tavern bar that is this sort of pointy building right there. That's where you're coming out of.
Does that seem like it's going to eventually be the actual entrance to the steedaway?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
The way you came up out of the stairwell, it was very similar to the way you went through the Melon Hogs Memorial thing. Yeah, it seems like all of these spaces just haven't been made into the official sort of entrances. It's just they're in progress very much. So you guys come up out. You find yourselves, or Erland finds himself once again in Nakuzi. Graven seeing Nakuzi for the first time, having headed east originally towards Wamparani-na. So you come out and see this sort of much smaller, so immediately it hits you that Wamparani-na dwarfing this township in comparison. It's very quiet here, the houses are much smaller, immediately way less activity on the streets. You only very occasionally will pass by someone else. So you have a moment.
Can I see the church there?
He immediately starts leading you toward the bridge. Here, I can bring this back up. The bridge. So yes, the church comes into view very quickly.
Do I recognize that as?
Yeah, you've seen New Kelkian churches before.
Church.
I mean, yeah.
As we're walking, I was going to sort of say to Graven, like, well, welcome to Nakuzi. New Kelkian Church. Leto's home is, if we can see it, I'll sort of be like, I guess as we're crossing the bridge, we'd be able to see it.
Yeah.
She'll be like, Leto's house is just over there.
Maybe later.
Do you want to know where the blacksmith is?
No. I don't.
The tattoo artist?
No.
Okay. He wanted you to fix his needles, by the way.
What? Have you been with Orba?
Yes.
Where? Why is she not?
I'm going to gesture to the guy right in front of us.
He's just walking. He hasn't turned around.
Is she all right?
Yes. I don't know much else. Truthfully, I don't know much else.
Obviously, I don't have any weapons on me, but I am well rested if it comes to it.
Sure, I don't think it seems like a conversation of sorts.
When Graven says that, you get like a little.
It's going to be
Like very brief. He doesn't like. He's not like what, but you see him kind of.
It's
just
going to,
acknowledge
there's
it.
going to be no need for any aggression. We're all on the same side here. We're all on the same side here. Now that building right there is the tattoo parlor. And I'm gonna like look at Graven like fucking drop it. And I'm actually gonna point at the tattoo parlor so he sees where it is.
You know it. You can see it.
You've
Nice.
unlocked it on your map.
You can fast travel there.
Oh, that'd be great.
So you guys have crossed over the bridge, and now you start to cross across the sort of larger field where there aren't as many homes. And again, you start to approach, and you can see the blue-robed acolyte in the distance, the second one, not the one leading you, as you approach this very small, kind of sequestered house away from the rest of Nakuzi. And for a moment, time seems to slow for Graven, your footsteps kind of falling heavier on the ground, and Erland and the acolyte leading you one foot at a time.
Tread lightly here, Graven. I tolerate the Tiefling, based only on her ability to further my end, our end. If you continue to walk in step with her, it better be getting you closer to the beast. For if I find you place her goals above mine, I will strip you of what little power you have left.
Our goals are still the same.
But now,
And kind of goes back.
Do I see a change in his movement? Do I hear him
No,
say
that
our
all
goals are
happened,
the
like, for
same?
Graven it felt like 15 seconds. For you, it was a second.
Cool.
Like, it only felt sort of slow to him. You noticed nothing of the gear.
Oh, cool guy.
You guys begin to approach. And you get up to the other acolyte standing there. They nod to each other. Open the door.
I'm gonna sort of Goliath. These are acolytes. They facilitate the work of. I'm gonna look at one of them, Khlyff Ironcloud and Celis. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Enter.
Step inside. Walk in. You see Orba and Safira. There's like 8, 9 chairs all around this like sort of mismatched living room, and Orba and Safira are sitting on like one bench, like huddled next to each other. Even there's like a whole bunch of options for seating, and you see them come in.
Ah,
Hi.
hi.
Yeah, we came on the steedaway. They
Oh,
opened it up
brilliant.
just for us.
How was it?
Very quick.
Wait, really?
Yes, it'll be open in a couple days. Seems to the public. Sorry.
Khlyff should be on his way via the steedaway right now. If you would please wait, he will arrive shortly. But I'll leave you to the room.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Closes the door. You guys have the room for a moment, the 4 of you.
Does it look like are all the doors closed? Does it look like anyone's observing through
Do a
windows?
perception check.
I'll actually take some time to sort of go around
Sure.
if other people start talking.
Okay.
19.
19. You can kind of peek out. Those shutters are like mostly closed, not fully shut and locked. Mostly closed. So you can kind of peek out them. The one that led you and Graven here from the steedaway is walking away. The one that was standing at the house already is outside, but he's not like peering through. He's looking the opposite direction from the house, just kind of waiting for Khlyff to arrive. So
Great.
he's close to the house. If there was a loud noise, he would hear it, but he's not like looking in.
And you said nobody has like visible weapons on them.
Not any of the acolytes that you saw. They didn't seem to have any visible weapons.
Sort of having checked out the window, I'll say, "We're clear. Keep our voices down." And sort of go back in the center of the room.
Who are these people?
Like I said, they're the acolytes. They work right. They work for Khlyff and Celis.
They work for Celis. So how you been?
No time. There's not much time.
Okay.
We can find out about what they've been doing on the east, but what the hell is going on?
I don't know. I didn't realize when Khlyff wanted to speak with me that it would also include all of you. I apologize if it's inconveniencing anything that you were working on.
You said the meeting with Celis went well. You didn't tell us much else. What are we doing here?
You met with the wizard.
Yes,
I told you this in the... Were you not listening? Yes.
Okay, so I met with Khlyff, and Khlyff said I had to go verify my items with Celis. That Celis had some kind of special skill for making sure I wasn't lying about coming from where I've come from. So I went to Celis. Celis verified and said that Khlyff would be in touch with me to have a meeting. He didn't mention you or his
They were
intentions
just
with you.
verifying where you came from?
Verifying that I was...
What are we about to get into?
I don't know, but
You
I...
know what? You're complaining a lot for someone who might get a contract out of this.
No, I'm very excited. It's just rare
You
that
don't seem it.
I'm
You're not
just-
acting
we
like
were
an excited person.
rounded up.
We were escorted.
These
That's
are-
hardly rounded up.
These are powerful people.
Exactly. I'd like
I
to know
mean-
what we're about to get into.
Really?
You make it seem like good news. Do we have anything to be worried about?
I don't believe so. So, what we spoke of in the underground when we met
Yes.
Esvalder, yes. And
Something about that.
yes. Confirmed. Yes. And
I'm gonna mouth the words, should he be here?
there is going to be a lot of discussion on this, and I want to check in with you specifically, Graven.
Will they let me leave?
We don't know. We thought about asking them, but it honestly might be safer for everyone if you weren't here for this. I'm not trying to kick you out, I'm just
Oh,
saying.
I know. Let's just see how it goes.
Okay.
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 Just in case,
Oh god.
do we have anything that could knock you out?
I have manacles in my bag.
Okay.
Who wants them? I mean, you should give them to someone else.
What does Torpor do again? That fully knocks him out, right?
I think so. We can read the Constitution saving throw where you're poisoned. The poison creature is incapacitated. Yeah, so there you go. Knocked
For how long?
for 46 hours.
Oh, holy shit!
No, we can't. We can't do that.
Erland pulls out a bottle of it.
The whole jug.
I have a bottle of.
No,
No.
We used
Give
it.
it to me.
no.
Great, that's not a good that.
That
If
feels.
That could knock you
I
out
don't
for
want
days.
you. If you lose yourself, I don't want you with this. No offense. I'm gonna put it back in my bag.
We know you have it.
Yes.
What if? Would you and this is a choice. Would you want to hand over? And she places her hand onto where he keeps his.
I don't think
Oh,
that's, a
not
good
a
idea.
good idea. That's definitely not a good idea. Do we want to provoke the thing?
It's not provoking. It's just that's how he
I've
casts.
never been without it.
Okay. Just wanted to explore that possibility.
I somehow
Is
think
there
we
a chance he's just asking us all to do some sort of fancy mission?
What do you think, Erland? You ask yourself that
Yes,
question.
but it will probably be related to what I've spoken about and confirmed, which is why I am cautious.
If you all think I should leave, I'll leave.
I do not think you should leave. I want you to have the choice.
Give me the manacles. If I see you drifting off in any way, eyes rolling back, wandering gazes,
Wondering.
I want to act before he starts.
I think you're right.
I'll let you know if I feel anything.
All right.
Will you be able to?
I don't know how this
Yes.
nonsense works, truthfully.
I'm gonna go to the door.
Okay.
I'm gonna open it.
And the acolyte, sort of facing away, still turns as you. If you would please wait until he arrives.
I need to go.
Graven.
Go where?
I have business.
Why did you come?
They can report back anything important here later.
Your apprehension was voluntary. Why did you come?
I wanted to make sure that she was all right. Seems like she is.
This is not for free rides through the steedaway.
I don't care about that.
Very well, go.
I start walking.
Sort of calling out the door, I can say, we're catching a concert at the Upa Ale House tonight. Graven.
Very well.
Graven starts to walk across the sort of lawn here, back in the direction. Where are you headed? Back to the bridge? Back to...
Yeah, just in the, I don't know, towards the tattoo. Last thing you said was
Good ding!
I think we have tour guide Erland.
You start to walk in that direction. Graven sort of steadying himself, moving across the lawn, sort of trying to figure out what his next step is. You hear someone call out to you. Hey! And you turn. And you see an elven man with a graying beard. Ears that show signs of battle wear. Nicks, crooked tips. Bags beneath his blue-green eyes. Kind of a weary frailty, if not for the kind of presence that he carries. Am I not supposed to be meeting with you right now?
My companions are waiting for you in the house.
And you're doing what exactly?
I've got business elsewhere.
No, you don't. Not right now. Come on.
Oh shit.
He's got a number of people with him.
He has 2 people following. He turns and walks. He doesn't wait for you. He doesn't apprehend you.
I'll slowly follow him.
Oh fuck.
You start to follow back. And the acolyte sees Khlyff approaching, kind of gives him a nod, and then he sees Graven like trailing behind slowly. Sort of tilts his head a little bit as you begin to approach. Pushes the door open, and you guys see Khlyff Ironcloud enter through the door. Orba recognizing the face. Erland and Safira saw him on the way out, didn't know it at the time when you first saw him, but later confirmed with Orba.
Orba
That
stands.
wasn't-
I'll stand up, yeah. I was standing up when he enters.
As soon as he comes
And he motions with his hands. Thank y'all for coming on such short notice. Anyone mind if I sit? I've been on my feet most of the day.
Please do.
Let's just wait for your slow-moving friend. He moves to the side, and he waits. And Graven sort of approaches. And you hear, like, heavy footsteps on the porch, and then you see Graven standing in the door frame there.
Is there a chair near me?
There's, like, a bunch of chairs,
Okay,
yeah.
I'll gesture to a chair near me so that I'm in between Graven and Orba, and I'll say, "Oh, Graven, there's a seat right here, if you like."
I'll just, if there's a seat right kind of near the door,
Sure.
I'll just,
You take the seat closest to the door.
yeah.
That's fine too.
You come in and you sit there, and it looked like Khlyff maybe was going to sit at the seat closest to the door. He watches you sit. And he moves down a couple chairs, and he takes a seat. I suppose, technically, I was sitting for my ride through the steedaway, but as I'm sure some of you can attest, it ain't exactly relaxation. Still, they make good time, don't they?
Very impressive, yes.
All right. Orba,
Sir.
good to see you again. Glad that we're meeting now on more certain terms.
I agree.
I'm Khlyff, if you ain't already guessed that. I asked around as to who the wizard came to town with, and I got 4 descriptions. I don't know how close y'all are, or if your simultaneous arrival was merely happenstance. I suppose that's what I'm here to find out. Speaking of which, we seem to be short one participant.
We parted ways at some point. We were working on something at the coast, and I don't know. I was approached by one of your associates. I figured she would have also, but...
Well, I'm sure they're looking for her, but I don't have time to wait, so we'll press on. Sort of sits back in his chair. I don't know what Orba's told you, if anything. And frankly, I don't care if she does. I'm sure that Orba has gotten the impression at this point, having traveled across the continent, that revealing certain things about yourself can be dangerous in certain situations. Wouldn't blame her for keeping her mouth shut. The long and short of it is, it's important that she stays safe long enough for her to realize certain powers that she has within her. Important to me and to many others. I'm sure you can tell by the way I arrange my counsel that I am a cautious man. Some here have called me paranoid. Some people have called me worse. But it served me well up to this point. So it should come as no surprise that my inclination is to have Orba watched, guarded, and followed every hour of every day by a throng of armed escorts. But my sister Salandriel, who got Orba to the mainland, and who understands these things far better than I, has assured me that that would be detrimental to her development and could draw undue attention in places where she otherwise might go unnoticed. I've been looking for someone with Orba's potential set of skills for many years. That has become known to some. So if I show sudden predilection to an outsider, that might raise an eyebrow. So with her permission, I'd like to acknowledge that the rest of you managed to get her here this far. And I'd like to offer you a job.
Okay. Yeah, yes?
It's not your okay I'm looking for.
Of course.
Let us say, for the sake of this discussion, that Orba is unique. Salandriel has theorized that these unique individuals grow their powers faster when they work alone. Figure things out for themselves, you see. But it is also exponentially more dangerous to do so. The middle ground between my army of escorts and working entirely alone is a trusted small group providing protection, and that I support financially to motivate their continued efforts. As Northerners, we trust our own first and foremost, so it would be hypocritical of me to expect Orba to let me hand pick her guardians from my ranks over her own trusted associates. But if you tell me right now you have doubts as to their competency or integrity, I'll find you other hands.
No doubts whatsoever.
Make a persuasion check with advantage. With advantage.
Oh,
Fine.
Come on.
Yeah. 19, 21.
Very well. Reading further from Salandriel's book of sisterly advice, I understand it's not like wizard school where you gain a mastery of something by reading books and practicing in a classroom. It requires real-world experience, and I'm told the best kind of experience for unique individuals such as yourself is taming the tormented undead. You see, apparently, it's good practice bringing an end to that which should have already ended, if you take my meaning. Celis and I have been doing our best to keep an ear out for notable undead disturbances, and I'm talking about real threats, not skeletons and shadows. There's been talk of a Bodak in Nolan's woods, whispers of a revenant in the ruins of Gernthos, and more recently indications that a young vampire spawn has taken up residence somewhere between Catil and the Ackley Grove. Now logically, the more fearsome the creature felled, the faster you grow, but it doesn't do anybody any good to get you killed, so I got a softer target in mind first. We've heard reports of what's called a cold light walker in the eastern end of the Rapra Mountains. Graven has heard of these before. They're almost exclusive to the mountains. Cold light walkers are kind of wandering spirits of someone who's died in the very harsh weather of the mountains. And they're usually like anchored to the world, the material plane, because of some offense they've done to one of the gods of nature. Like maybe you killed a sacred animal, or you sort of defiled a sacred grove, cut down trees you weren't supposed to. So if you died in their sort of natural elements, they hold you sort of bound, cursed, sort of wandering through the mountains.
Okay.
The Goliaths, who come into contact with them more than most because people go up into the mountains and they die and they sort of get turned into these cold light walkers, they have a name for them called grief beacons.
Oh shit.
And they're called that because they shed a bright light from their faces that you can see from miles away if you're out in the open air. They have like a blinding bright light that you can see from their face. You can't see the actual features of their face. It just looks like a sort of a bright spark. And they kind of have a constant moaning sound that they emit. It's like someone in pain, so like grief beacons. That's why they're sort of colloquially called that, grief beacons. And the light is so bright that if you are up close to it, it can temporarily blind you, like if you're sort of up close to these creatures. As a first order of business, I would like you to take Orba to the Rapra Mountains and help her destroy it.
Okay.
I know a mountaineer there named Praxis Vomalga. One of the Vomalgas, if you happen to know the name. If you choose to accept, I'll have him meet you at the base of the Rapras and get you to the right spot. I hear he's meeting with his uncle further west at the moment, but he'll be back in his village in about 5 days, and since it takes about 2 to travel from Navikapura to his village, that means you have 3 days to take care of your business here before you have to connect with Praxis. Any thoughts before I continue?
Not to be too mercenary, but what would the terms of the contract be?
Mercenary's fine with me. I'm prepared to give you $350 up front, plus whatever reasonable requests my advocates can entertain while you're here in Navikapura. Now, I'll remind you it's in Orba's best interest to not advertise our close association going forward, for the sake of anonymity. So I'm not going to be speaking on your behalf or directly interfering in the business of my citizens. But if you have call for a small favor, you need a horse to borrow, or some kind of information you need, I'll provide you with a way of making contact with me or my advocates.
You said that you've been looking for someone with her potential for a long time.
That's right, yes.
And now that you've found her, there's been some, and Safira's going to kind of gesture around, you know, pomp and circumstance around acquiring her, meeting with her, whatever. I'm not saying, you know, maybe people haven't seen you, but will people know her, recognize her, other than the people that we want to have recognize her? I mean, are people going to be hunting her now?
I had this meeting made out of the way so we could have it as clandestine as possible. My advocates know who she is. There ain't no getting around that.
And you trust your advocates to keep her identity a secret?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
No doubt in my mind. What I would say is that there are other people that know that people like Orba exist. Someone might be looking for her to use her powers for something else besides some of the things that we've outlined and that Celis has outlined. I don't know if they're looking for her. I don't know who it might be. I'm just saying that we weren't the only ones looking for her.
And I would assume that if other people do come looking for her, we need to collectively not allow that and keep her powers focused on whatever task you have in mind.
That would be the hope, yes.
And these other groups of people who are looking for her, do you know them?
I do not. And as far as I know, they wouldn't recognize her on sight, but
Would the Gentle Void be one of those parties by any chance?
why do you say that?
One of our members who was not present was approached a while ago when I first came to the mainland.
My sister Salandriel had ways of determining who she thought had potential. I suppose it stands to reason that there are others who had ways of identifying such things. Maybe they were able to identify you as a possibility.
Are there ways to disguise that kind of, potential?
I would say whatever new powers that you've acquired or will acquire, use discretion as to where you use them and in front of who.
Right, okay,
Yes, sir.
right.
Sarswati.
Excuse me?
He's a Gentle Void assassin.
I don't know the name off the top of my head, but they have many.
I believe he's one of the ones who was looking for her.
Why?
Did it seem like he knew the name Sarswati to me?
Did it seem, you get an insight check? Yeah.
Oh
7.
my god.
The tiefling that approached Beezaura way back
Yeah?
at that's his name.
Oh, okay.
Sarswati.
And he's a what?
He is a Gentle Void assassin.
And you said he was asking about her.
He was not, from what I can surmise, not on behalf of the Gentle Void, but
Well, that's the kind of favor I was talking about. I'll look into it.
I think it goes without saying that. Well, I'll just speak personally. I'm up for the job.
I mean, look, I'll take your money, but I don't need it to protect her. I like her. Quite attached to her, actually, so protecting her is, I don't know.
Your motivations are largely inconsequential as long
I'm-
as you do your job.
Yeah, I understand that.
Can I perhaps negotiate the 350 that you're offering for something else?
All right, let's hear it.
I'm a monk of Atonement's End, and I have been given a fortunate position by an operative to look for new work after finishing a contract recently. If it would be all right with you, in lieu of payment, or in addition to payment, whatever you deem fair, this is a sort of unprecedented situation, but because normally you would have to go to Atonement's End to get my contract.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the process.
Great. Could this be a contract for remission at Atonement's End? I understand that the terms might need to be more than perhaps killing one cold light walker. You can dictate the terms of how many undead she needs to kill or what stage of her progress, whatever that means.
Alright, done.
What are the terms? How long?
Terms are as long as you keep her alive. I keep writing letters to Atonement's End saying, good job.
Done. Thank you. Thank you.
What else?
what kind of connection do you have to Finlock Forest?
I've hired operatives before. What about it?
I need to get into Finlock Forest.
Without walking through the front door?
I honestly don't know if
I don't think
they don't usually have visitors.
No, they don't.
No.
You trying to hire someone? Because I can put you in touch with someone who can get a message.
No, it's not about that.
So not through the front door.
Right.
Yeah.
I could probably get you to the island. who's gonna get you in is gonna have to be somebody else.
Well, I'll try to figure that part out, and we can speak of it again.
Alright, what else? Now's the time.
We'll get once she kills the Cold Light Walker. How do we know where to go next? Will you send acolytes? Will you send?
When the Cold Light Walker is vanquished, you find your way back here. We'll look into further compensation as well as locating your next target. It may take us some time to pinpoint the location of one of the other undead marks, so be prepared to spend some more time in the city or see to other business that doesn't take you so far you can't get back in a timely manner. I'm sure it's possible that you got your own needs to tend to. So basically I'm saying stay north of the Tana Circa and east of the Split River in case we need to track you down.
I have something that could be a big help in protecting her. Perhaps Celis could help. I have what was a cursed ring of protection. The curse is now lifted, but its powers are not what it could be. Do you think he could?
It's possible. Celis is out of town at the moment. There's a man named Palomer Franco in Wamprani Na. It's probably your best bet.
Haven't had much luck as an outsider in Wamprani Na.
You tried Gentle Void favors?
Didn't have any on me.
Is that Erland laughing?
No.
I wish it was.
Erland's all loose now.
Do you have them not on you?
I think we collectively had a handful.
Yeah, I have some.
Well, he reaches into a back pocket and he takes out kind of like a wad of papers. And he starts to look through them, and they look different. They don't all look like Gentle Void. He looks like he has notices of different kinds. As he's kind of flipping through, you see something that looks like it might be a Broken Crown's sort of certification. He has a bunch of things that sort of look like various certifications, messages of different kinds. He kind of flips through a little bit. And he hands you what looks like a Gentle Void favor.
Do I recognize it as a certain level?
No, that's hard to tell just by looking at it. I imagine that should at least get your foot in the door. If you need more than that, you might have to use your own. I'd be prepared to use more than one depending on what you're asking him for, especially since your association with the Gentle Void seems tenuous at best.
For the companion that is not here, I am comfortable speaking for her and saying that while she is the one with probably the most bronze, she is also the one with the strongest tunnel vision, and in her line of sight right now, it is chess pieces.
How many you think she wants?
Depends on what you've got, really. I think she wants like a queen.
As many as she can get her hands on.
I mean, yeah, she needs a full set.
I don't negotiate first. How many and what kind?
What does she have?
Do you remember what we got from the pit?
I know she's mentioned wanting a queen, right?
Well, I know she doesn't have a king or a queen.
Exactly.
Perhaps
That might be too difficult to acquire on short notice.
A knight?
bishop or knight. Or both.
Or both.
Bishop and a knight.
Would she forego the 350 for both?
Yes.
Yeah,
Done.
certainly.
And for you who are being too modest, what do you need?
Information that he doesn't have, probably.
Give it a shot.
Are you sure? Okay, Gentle Void, how well are you affiliated with them?
Affiliated not. How well do I know them? Fairly well.
Okay, and the inside of them, Void 2?
That's not a name I recognize.
Brilliant. Yeah, doesn't have what I want. I don't know.
Were you given a name?
No, I wasn't given a name. I was given...
So your plan was to just come to Navikapur and start...
No, it wasn't my plan. I wasn't planning on asking you anything.
I understand that. Who did you come here to talk to?
Well, I was going to talk to Mohan Fowler, who you maybe saw.
A sympathetic face as much as it gets over there.
I was hoping to talk to him, and I was hoping he would maybe give me some other names.
He's a big fan of Beezaura's. You could probably talk to him.
Someone's trying to track me down, too, from the Broken Crown. So I'm assuming that that's someone I know, maybe, or maybe not. Yeah. They might have information for me. Oh, they got to me. I'm assuming you saw the guy. Maybe you saw the same guy I did. It was a guy who came up to me.
There'll be time for catching up.
You want the posters pulled? Is that where you get them?
No, I don't care. I'm going to go meet with them. I don't think they're trying to kill me.
All right. Just the 350 then.
I mean, yeah, the ring of protection would be nice for her.
All right.
So, I suppose I could put my vote in that basket. I don't know.
Did it seem like you knew anything about Void 2? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Make an insight check.
Void. You've been sitting on that for 79 episodes. Yeah. 17?
17. He certainly doesn't give away that he was lying or that he indicated in any way. Sort of didn't.
And obviously, do me a favour. Don't tell people I asked about it. Probably shouldn't mention it yourself.
That's fine. You don't want me to ask around about it then?
No, I don't.
Alright.
Alright, well, if negotiations are mostly over... Sir, may I be so bold as to ask what your intentions are?
You may. I think we'll speak alone for that. But before I start handing out piles of gold, I do like to get an idea of what I'm paying for, as well as be reassured that you actually have what it takes to keep Orba safe. We agree to those terms?
Sure.
Avavarius, our local gravekeeper, he's about to go to the Broken Crown with a problem that he's been having. I told him I might have the right people to cut out the middleman. You can keep the money he was planning on paying. I won't take it out of your allowance for me. I just want to see what you're made of, plain and simple.
When does he need us?
Now. Shit. I called the meeting in Nakuzi for a reason. It's just across the way.
What time is it roughly?
3 o'clock?
Okay.
Alright.
Alright.
Alright then. You all have what you need in case Avavarius needs you to prove yourself. You seem reluctant. Spit it out.
I'm without my weapons and armor that I usually carry. Do you have any?
Leans over a little bit, and he looks like he's kind of sizing you sort of feet to head there in the chair. You're about what? 7 something? I'll have someone run over to Backer Saddle and get you something to your liking.
Oh, cool.
What kind of armor do you favor?
Scale.
And what's your weapon of choice?
Mace.
Oh shit.
I'll have him meet you over at Avavarius's with the metal.
Shield? Seen shield?
Perhaps a shield.
Fine. It may not fit as good as your regular stuff.
Big dope two-handed weapon?
Alright, like I said, I'd like a moment with Orba.
Okay.
Alright.
Nice to meet y'all.
You too.
You too, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll talk soon.
Yep.
He waits.
Stand up and...
Stand up and...
I'll stay right behind Graven.
Okay. The 3 of you exit out the door, closes behind you. The acolyte is still out there. He sort of watches you.
Does anyone have a quill?
And Safira kind of starts to...
Can I look at the acolyte?
Does someone have a quill?
I think I do.
Oh, do you?
I got
Pretty
chest
sure I
shot.
do. Okay. I may be... I might not, but I thought I
what?
It's for the right and good.
If I don't, then Orba almost certainly does. She says, "Come on, yes."
Why?
Need to make notes on what we just learned.
By the way, what I said in there,
All of a sudden, the
you
scholar...
don't repeat it.
Sure, yes.
Yeah.
Take a few steps away from the guy at the door.
okay. He gives you a polite nod as you go. He doesn't
Yeah.
stop you.
Yeah, sort of go like out of earshot, but so we can still see the door. So when Orba
Take
done.
a 20, 30 feet away.
I haven't got a quill.
Walk back to the acolyte. Sorry, do you have a quill?
I do not. Shit. Do you need a message to be passed along?
No, I just wanted to take notes. Thank you. I'll go back out.
Gets a stick and writes in We head back inside.
Yep.
He sort of takes a moment. You can tell that, like, with the whole group there, he summoned a bit of sort of strength, and he has kind of a lackadaisical energy about him that you've noticed when you see him. But as soon as everyone kind of exits, he immediately kind of melts into the chair a little bit. He just seems exhausted. It seems like he's constantly moving from place to place, meetings, associations, making sure that everything's the way that he needs it to be. And you watch him kind of just, not in a sad or wilting kind of way, just in a truly, like, sinking into the chair exhaustion. You alright?
Yes. Are you alright?
Yeah. How are you carrying all this?
I'm not totally sure it's hit me yet, honestly.
I imagined a lot of different scenarios as to how this could have gone. Some people, I imagine, find out that they have powers they didn't know before. They might not feel that sense of duty to perform what I think they're capable of performing. Maybe you run off, become a powerful wizard in your own right. There's nothing binding you. The Reapers, and it's the first time he kind of says the word out loud in the room. The Reapers, they are mortals after all. Bound by mortal rules, mortal flaws. They come with greed, they come with envy, they come with all the sins. And you sit there and you look like maybe you're embracing that something greater.
I do feel a sense of duty, yes.
Glad to hear that. Celis told me what happened, as well as a few things that he'd been keeping from me that I'm less than pleased about. But I think he wagered correctly that he's too important for me to cast aside, and that he did it out of well-intentioned desperation.
Yes.
I told your friend Celis was out of town, and he is. I told him to take some time for himself. More importantly, to give me some time to process his dishonesty. But he'll be back to counsel you, I'm sure.
Alright.
He was kind enough before he left to concur on this course of action regarding the undead marks, so we are of one mind on that account.
Alright.
You're very composed, I'll give you that.
It's kind of instilled at me at this point. Didn't have much of a choice.
It's been a long time since I've corresponded with Salandriel directly.
Is she well?
I bet that you saw her or spoke to her more recently than I did, so is she well?
When I saw her, yes. I am concerned for what she's done for me. Mainly.
We used to communicate every now and then through the use of the sending spell. Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
I'm sure Celis told you that as time has gone on, the grip of the gods has gotten tighter.
Yes.
Using sending as a wizard nowadays, not as simple as it used to be. Her messages come through truncated, garbled, sometimes unintelligible altogether. I imagine that's not the same for clerics. But it has made it so I have not spoken with her in a while. and I'm glad to find that she was still sending people my way.
Do you need to send a message to her?
I suppose not. I'd like to, but I don't need to.
Well, Graven is a cleric.
I'll keep that in mind. Like I said, not a need at the moment.
Yes, sir.
First thing they do in war, when they're trying to divide your enemies, is you cut off communication. I think that's what we're seeing. The more difficult it is for the powerful people of Antisuyu to speak freely to each other, the more difficult it is to find who you're looking for.
And just why exactly are you looking for me, sir?
I am a man of purpose, for good or bad. The balance has shifted. It started before my lifetime, but we are hurtling towards a world where the only magic comes from those that the gods choose. Is that the world you want to live in?
No, sir.
It ain't mine either.
And that's it? No personal interactions one way or the other?
You'll have to be more specific. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
My sense of duty comes from that.
Mine comes from honor.
All right.
I'm not a magic practitioner myself. That doesn't mean I won't fight for it.
Salandriel shares this feeling?
She does. She instilled in me at a very young age that sense of honor.
She did well. I apologize for asking. It isn't my business, but as you said, erring on the side of paranoia, I wasn't sure if I would be used.
And are you sure? Even now? Can you ever be?
Time will tell.
It will. I encourage you to question everything, even me. Do everything for the reasons that you want to, not because someone told you to.
Another odd question. What does this mean for my parents? Did anything that I now possess kind of come from them, or is it just the undead choosing whoever they choose?
I've given no indication nor heard anything from Salandriel that indicated some kind of hereditary trait, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Yes.
Other than that, I have no idea who your parents are.
Okay.
I don't want to keep your friends waiting, but
No.
we've got a moment. Is there anything you want to ask?
Yes. And again, a bold question that is really none of my business, sir. The mall affairs? You've partnered with them.
Partnered's a strong word.
Uh-huh.
You're right. It's none of your business. But while I am often an idealist, when it comes to my people, I am forced to be practical on occasion. Navikapura is growing faster than any city on the continent. The arrival of the Mullafairs, that is an inevitability. The bigger the city gets, the less sway I have, because I would say I heavily influence a certain portion of the population. But the more people that come in, the more that percentage shrinks. So while I still have the good faith of the large majority of the Northerners, I made sure to have them arrive on our terms. And And I know that wasn't popular. Because, of course, right now it looks very much like we're still in control. Control doesn't last forever.
I know you don't need a young tiefling who's only been in this continent for a month to tell you this, but they are bad people, sir. And we have seen more than what we thought they were capable of doing.
I wouldn't lump them all in the same basket, but I take your meaning.
Alright.
Like I said, sometimes you have to prepare for an inevitability, good or bad.
I'll remember that. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing what your friends can do, and it's important that you know how difficult it is for me to not have you guarded all the time. We've been looking for you for a very long time, and when you arrived, there was no guarantee that you'd stay or that you'd be interested in a word that Celis had to say. So with you here now, I can feel... I'd follow you myself around town if I could, is what I'm trying to say.
Understood.
You trust these people?
Yes.
You trust them with your life?
Yes.
All right. I guess this is the start then.
Yes, sir. They will not let you down, nor will I.
I was planning on giving the gold out after this thing's complete here with Avavarius, but I really do need to go.
Of course.
And to save you the time, can I trust you to not hand it out now and give it to them when you're done?
Yes.
Oh my god.
He had like a small little shoulder bag that he dropped as he came in. He pulls it over and you can hear it kind of sagging in the weight a little bit. And he picks out a few satchels that look like they've been pre-counted. He doesn't sort of count out each piece. He takes out pouches, and he takes out 5 at first, but then takes one away after sort of negotiating Beezaura's chess pieces. And you hear the kind of as they drop on the table in front of you, the sacks kind of hitting the thing. Each sack has 350 pounds in it.
Oh, that's so much my girl.
I know.
I will deliver it upon completion of Avavarius's quest, correct?
That's right. If you need to get in touch with an advocate or me, more likely an advocate, he goes into his bag and he takes out a little stick with kind of a light blue, the same exact color as the advocate's robes, like a little, almost like a flag. It's very small. But he kind of takes it out. Where are you staying?
Oh, the Upa Ale House tonight.
You put this in the window, in a plant, or just propped up in the window. Someone will get in touch with you.
Yes, sir.
Don't abuse it.
No,
I
sir.
need my people.
No, sir. Emergencies only.
Sandwich.
Can someone give me an iced water, please?
Little cucumbers?
Yes.
You get it back and you're like, ooh, I said no ice.
Hurts my teeth.
Good.
Before I let you go, there's just one more thing.
Okay.
When you go out to the Ropra Mountains, and following that, hopefully, I am confident, it is imperative that these undead marks, as I've come to call them, that they are killed by you in Reaper form.
Okay.
The killing blow must be dealt by you.
Okay.
Oh shit.
That is the best way to ensure that the powers inside you expand.
Oh my god.
Yes, sir. I will make that happen.
I leave that up to you to explain to the rest of your party why that must be the case.
I don't like to keep secrets from them, so I will do my best.
You tell them whatever you want.
Yeah.
We'll be in touch, Orba.
Yes, sir.
Stands.
I'll stand.
Take the gold.
Yeah, you do.
Oh my god.
That takes up a slot.
Yeah.
You take 1,400 gold.
I am overburdened. For sure.
Orba walks out and like,
Her robe's sagging, like the pockets are like.
you just.
Orba.
She sounds like a piggy bank walking.
I'll give him a nice deep bow.
Goes out the door. And he immediately turns to, you guys see him exit out, and he immediately turns to the Acolyte Advocate that's sort of next to him. They're sort of interchangeable in some ways. He turns to him, head over to Backer Saddle, get that man the biggest plate of armor they got, scale, a mace, and a shield. Anything else? He'll meet you there. This is, I have the name. This is...
The poor guy's like,
You don't remember? This is Leonor, Advocate Leonor. He'll meet you over at the burial grounds. Have a good day.
Birch, the steeder driver, did an excellent job. A+. Told me to say that.
Orba just stares.
And he kind of... He's like, you can tell he's like, is that code?
If I can see that, it's like, he just wanted me to know that it was a good job.
We get it.
He also-
yeah, okay. It's a bit weird.
Throws his hand up, he starts to walk away, waving.
I
You guys
that is-
together here, the advocate has sort of scuttled off in the direction of the bridge because he has to go across to get to the Backer Saddle blacksmith. And the four of you are left here in the fields of Nakuzi.
Birch did a good
I
job.
thought that having a friend in the steedaway would be good for fast transport.
I
Yeah,
already
but I don't know why you
negotiated to
told
have
Vic
free
that.
passage down there.
Faster.
I mean, I'm
Pass-
sure the guy. Look,
We need friends in this town.
You
I'm
just.
sure
We
he'll
have one
appreciate
of the
it.
most influential ones that there is.
But no, now we have Birch, Graven.
yeah, no, Graven.
Thank the
You
gods.
haven't met Birch yet. We're laughing with you, not at you.
Anyway,
Maybe a little bit at you.
Okay.
You need to put your clothes on.
Oh yeah, you do. He's in clothes.
He's been naked this whole time.
just Goliath dicks me.
Didn't take my shirt off.
Oh no.
Graven's like, I guess.
So, Orba, we trust this guy. You
Yeah.
like him?
Yes.
Okay. And
Trust.
he was nice
Trust.
to you, I'm assuming, in there?
Yes, very kind.
Okay.
Trust. Yes.
Alright.
I think we have a great many questions,
Uh-huh.
but perhaps for later.
Does he know who I am?
He doesn't know that.
He doesn't seem to be concerned
Well,
about
he knows
it.
you're a
I mean,
cleric. He didn't blink at that.
I'm not saying we shouldn't be
Okay.
concerned about it. I'm saying he didn't seem concerned.
I
Look,
think
I
he
don't-
would
Maybe I'm
rather
misreading
have a
that.
cleric on my side. You know. Than,
Right.
than not. You know.
Look, I think that. I know that Khlyff said that you could share as much as you wanted with us. However, I think if you are the contract now, we should know as much as possible in order to protect you.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I will go to the blacksmith.
What?
What?
To get his.
To get
armor
Oh, I
things.
thought someone was fetching it for you.
He said he would meet you at the burial ground
Damn it.
with your stuff.
We can discuss it tonight, and we will figure out a way to discuss it as a full group later.
Okay. And really quickly, while we're all here, the thing that I said in there, you can't say it around here. Seriously, it could get us in trouble.
It?
Void. No one's around, right?
Oh, you mean
Void 2? I hired this plane with a. You mean this Void 2?
That's exactly what. Yeah, that's what I mean. And
Is it
top
some
secret.
sort of?
I can tell you more when we're in a private place. And yes, it's some sort of whatever you're about to say. And yes, I need more information about it. Not necessarily recruiting you guys for help with that because I'm not sure it's safe. So that's the story.
Safe.
I mean, not sure anything we do is
I
safe.
only
So you know,
ever
right?
into
Yeah,
things that are
I guess
safe.
I guess it's all on a matter of perspective. But yeah.
Well, can we perhaps continue this conversation on the way to the graveyard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Start to head in that direction. You have a moment to walk as you are sort of working your way further downriver, but still on the north side. Oh, I still have the map up. So you guys start to head in this direction towards the graveyard. This is the sort of burial grounds, as it were. So you have a second.
Just a quick question for... Just I want to clarify something. I don't need the last hit on what
This
we're doing
guy.
right now.
No.
He was talking about the big bad.
You don't. He gave no indication that this was
what this
undead
is.
The undead.
necessarily. Yes,
Okay.
just the creatures that you're contracted.
We're gonna
Okay.
have to kite that thing around.
Wait, is this the Axe Beacon?
No.
No.
I don't think so, no.
That's in Womp now.
I was excited.
This,
Oh well, in that case, I'm not.
I'm out.
I'm not even trying.
so that giant undead thing
Yeah?
that came after us, well,
What?
What?
At Blom's?
Bloms.
Oh, right, yeah.
I imagine
Oh.
that was drawn to you.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's inconvenient.
Well, we knew that the undead were
Do we think that's
Strangely-
going to kind of keep happening?
magnetic to me.
Because it's one thing to have these marks.
The
And
undead
hunt
are
them out.
magnetically I'm sorry, the undead are magnetically drawn to you?
Hang on, we knew this.
No, I mean,
Remember Dodd and
No, I know that you've had some sort of connection, but I don't think you've ever said magnetically drawn. to
No,
magnetism is
magnetically
probably
No,
the
I'm not-
principle,
The
but
that's
science
not-
is iffy.
That's not. I'm not talking about the science. I'm talking about. I don't think we knew that you were directly responsible for the large undead creature at Blom's.
Well, she
that was
might not
my.
have been completely direct.
I was
I mean,
positing that just now. I don't.
it would be good to know, though, if that is in fact true, because it's one thing to have these marks and to go hunt these things out and have some time to prepare and know what we're getting into, but it's another thing if we're just ambushed by undead wherever we go.
Well, tell us now before we're about to enter a graveyard, because last time we were in a graveyard. Listen, the miasma seems to be affecting the Underdark. Are you in some way related to the Underdark and
What? No.
this? Don't speak for her. Are you in some way related to the disturbances in the Underdark?
No, that I know of. But also, we can at least rest assured that right now it doesn't seem like Navikapura has any miasma being poured into it. So at least there is that.
Well, we hope so, yeah.
Sure. I mean, we hope so. There seems to be
Really?
a seems to be an abundance of myconid extract here in the first place.
Yeah,
It seems the
It's just
Mollifairs are in town.
yeah.
We don't know what they've started and what they haven't.
Well,
Worth noting, I'm saying only because we're walking into a cemetery. If we get in
We
there,
will be okay.
and it's like Grave Keeper Yannick all over again.
We have faced many undead before. I wish I hadn't brought it up just now. I'm just saying. We've been together for a full month, and something like that only happened that one time.
Look, I'm not newly afraid. I am simply saying,
I know.
if there's any information prior to a combat, that would be useful, as we learned last time. We had a very successful combat.
we did. Should also probably take watches as well. Now
Take
that
what?
we're on the contract, we should never sleep without taking a watch. Not that we do that much anyway, but
Within reason, if we're in an inn.
I don't know. Now she's got a big target on her back. He said that other people would be looking for her, that other people might recognize.
Well,
No,
so
we
No,
didn't.
not that other people would recognize it. Definitely other people are
Well,
looking
if
for something.
if other people are on the lookout, I think we should be safe rather than sorry. But
Look,
I
we've
think that's
always,
always
just
been the
me.
case.
yes, we've always
I
been
mean, sure.
looking out for each
We're
other.
always going to be looking
We just
over our
need
shoulder.
to be
but-
looking out for Orba a little more.
Oh gosh. Look, I truly appreciate the protection, but this is all happening really fast, and I don't want things to change a lot. So can we, for like maybe one more day, just pretend that I'm not different, please?
Unfortunately, I think
Just
Just say yes, Erland. Just say yes.
sure. Let's go fight some ghosts.
Can I make an insight check?
contract,
On whether or not I'm going to treat you differently for the next few episodes.
this contract could be for gophers that are making holes in the graveyard. We don't know what it
And
is.
Well,
let's
that
go
would be sad,
fight.
Graven. I don't want to go kill a bunch of gophers.
You could talk to them, tell them to stop digging holes.
All right, can we just get to the cemetery, please?
Yes.
Please.
The plans are just rolling now.
Oh my god.
So you head further upriver. You get removed a good distance from that main cluster of homes in Nikuzi. And there sits a tall stone monument that seems almost intertwined with a large golden yellow tree towering above it. As if either the monument had been built into the tree, or the tree grew up second, kind of up through the stone. And you recognize this particular species of tree because you spent some time underneath one not too long ago, back at the Soul Shelter. It's a crown's gold.
Cool.
It's a crown's gold. And the way the sun
Good
passes
memories.
through the leaves, it casts this very warm blanket of light over the many gravestones that are cascading down the hillside. And as you first enter the burial grounds, you can notice that the names and the epitaphs of all the graves are facing up towards the tree. So that if you were standing at the base of the tree, you could kind of look down all around you. It would kind of be like all the graves are looking up at you. Raking the leaves between the graves with matted strands of hair tied in a bushy top knot is a Goliath man. And the first thing that strikes you is that he's quite a bit rounder than the other Goliaths that you've seen thus far. And typically entrenched in a very active lifestyle, often in very harsh climates. Goliaths tend to have a very kind of lean, muscular look. Graven looks very kind of that very classic. They're rarely extremely bulky. It's kind of a very lean, muscular look. But this man, while still as tall as any Goliath you've ever seen, has tremendous bulk that even his kind of loose-fitting brown robe can't hide. So he's kind of raking the leaves, and he jiggles a little bit as he does so, as he's kind of moving the leaves around. So you guys see him.
Excuse me, sir?
And he kind of looks up and sees the four of you approaching.
I rarely have people arrive in groups unless they're in mourning attire. So you must be here about the creature.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Although we haven't really been given any information as
Yeah,
to
we
what
don't know
we're
what's
dealing
going
with.
on. If you could fill us in.
And he kind of gently rests the rake against one of the graves.
Well, I suppose I should begin by asking if any of you are New Kelkian in faith.
Orba will just raise her hand.
Well, if so, then you might be familiar with the concept of Fenogo Vigotrio.
He says those words. You are familiar with it.
Okay.
Fenogo Vigotrio means place of remembrance in Elven. And it's a very old New Kelkian tradition, where instead of taking one's body or coffin and just burying it in the ground, a room is dug out underground and decorated to resemble a place that was meaningful to the deceased. A bedroom, a study, a sort of workshop, something that signified something in your life. So it almost has it's almost like a mummy's tomb, but instead of being buried with valuables, it's like set up to look like a little display of your sort of worldly place of comfort.
Okay.
We have one of these. It means a place of remembrance, a sort of tomb. And I don't encourage the practice myself. I find it rather ostentatious.
And as he says that, you do recall that has largely fallen out of style. You don't see those a lot anymore. And it's mainly because the New Kelkian faith presents itself as very of the people, as sort of like accessible to everyone, and it's extremely expensive to make these places of remembrance. I mean, you have to dig it out, make like an underground sort of little dwelling, basically, and sort of maintain it. So it's very, very expensive. So they kind of fell out of favor over time.
Now, I respect those who desire to continue the tradition, and I won't lie, the money is very good. It has allowed me to perform regular maintenance and expansion of the grounds, as well as easing the burden on the poorer citizens by giving them reduced prices of coffins, gravestones, burials. The burial grounds are not city-funded, so I am forced occasionally to be very practical. It's easier to ask for donations from the families that practice Fenogo Vigotrio, because I know that they want their places of remembrance kept in very good condition. All of that is a preamble to what I'm about to tell you. Yesterday evening, after all of my burials and services had completed, I went to tend to the Fernoga Vigotrio, sweeping, dusting, cleaning. I was finished up on sub 1, that's subsurface level 1, call it sub 1, when I heard a noise coming from the lower level. Something that sounded like, I don't know, footsteps, perhaps. Unnerving, but my first thought was grave robbers. Now, those entombed in Fernoga Vigotrio are not buried with valuables. It's not part of the tradition, but a lot of people don't know that, so it wouldn't be the first time someone tried to sneak in and grab something from one of the places, one of the rooms. So I grabbed my weapons, a broom in one hand, a dustpan in the other, and I moved cautiously downstairs toward the sound. I pushed the door open to the first hallway on subsurface 2, sorry. And I saw what I thought at first was a man, hunched over, and very still, making a quiet noise, almost an intake of air. I yelled at him. I told him, "You can't be here at this hour." And he turned. I stepped forward for a better look, and it was then I could see that the man was disfigured. There was something on his shoulder, like a giant wobbling growth.
Shit.
He made a terrible sound, like he was choking or screeching, and then he opened his mouth unnaturally wide, and he almost unhinged his jaw and sort of vomited something out onto the floor. Now, I did not wait. I slammed the door shut, and I latched it behind me. Now, I wanted to get help immediately, but I didn't want the creature to get loose and not know that it was on the loose. So I hid, and I watched the entrance from a distance. Now, for hours, I did not see anything. Nakuzi is not a township where you can easily find a warrior or a bounty hunter. So I made a decision to wait until morning, watching the whole time, and then get a friend from the church to watch the entrance while I took a contract to the Broken Crown. So, morning came, nothing had changed, nothing had emerged, so I went to the church. And as I was speaking to my friend at the church for a watch, one of Khlyff's advocates was there. He must have overheard us while he was praying. He said that he would take the matter immediately to Khlyff for a faster, getting someone faster than the Broken Crown could. And Khlyff sent word that he had a group in mind, which I'm assuming is you, since I told no one else about this.
You are correct.
Well, so here you are, and I want you to get rid of it.
So it's in the room then?
Yes, as I said, the Fernoga Vigotrio right now has 3 levels, sub 1, 2, and 3. The 3rd level has no rooms. It's been excavated for future rooms, but right now it's just an open chamber. It has not been built. Things have slowed since all of the miners have been working on the steedaway, so I haven't had someone to finish the project there.
Right.
So I first saw it on sub 2, the 2nd subsurface level. And I ran up the stairs, latched the door, haven't seen it emerge since then.
You say the door to the entire, each sub, so it could conceivably have moved to sub 1 or sub 3 since then.
I think that that's possible, yes. The door is at the surface, and there's a staircase that goes down to each of the levels. So I don't know where it is, or...
And this thing had vomited something. Did you happen to see what that was?
It looked sort of grotesque, or sort of spherical. It looked like vomit at first, but then when it hit the ground, it seemed more solid than liquid, sort of ooze or something.
And he wasn't carrying any weapons, was he?
He sort of thinks from... Not that I saw, no.
Okay.
As twisted as the face was, it wasn't a face that you recognized, was it?
No.
It was a human face.
No. Elven.
Elven, okay.
Any additional plant growth in the area that you underground that you're not accustomed to seeing? Vines, thorns, perhaps from roses.
I wouldn't have thought of it, but now that you mention it, on the sub 3, the excavated chamber, originally when we cut into it, it was just stone, but the last time I went down there, maybe a couple of days ago, plant life had popped up. Weeds, some small flowers, through the cracks in the rock.
Right.
Probably just gophers, right?
It was a very large gopher.
Yeah.
Don't mind him. I'm sorry.
Have you encountered anything like this before, or is it your first time?
No, nothing like this.
Okay.
I think that's probably everything we need then.
Probably, yeah.
You made the right choice, sir. That was a very smart move to lock the door.
Thank you.
Just lead us to the door and we'll
Dispatch it?
What's the lighting look like down there? Are there lamps and...
There are many
torches?
lamps, because people have to go down and pay respects. They're hooked up to a network. At the top of the staircase, there is a valve that you can turn, and all the lamps go on. It will light up most of the rooms. There are no lamps on sub 3, the bottom level. Now, I don't know if you prefer to try and sneak up on it in the dark. I leave that up to you, but once you go through the door, the valve will be right on your right. So if you wish to light it up, you can.
All right.
That is helpful. Thank you.
Anything else I can tell you? I didn't see much. I have to say, you don't all seem very surprised. Seasoned bounty hunters, perhaps.
We've encountered a lot of different beasts from all across the continent.
I am glad to know that this one does not seem to faze you.
Unrelated, sort of a travel question. Niels Bargus, I've been interested in some of his work. Has he stopped by? Are you familiar with him?
I know.
Has he been by recently at all?
I suppose what's recent, a couple of weeks ago.
What was he mourning someone?
His parents are buried in the Finalizing.
In this specific one?
Yeah, this is the only one in the Vikabura.
Oh, so this is his place of remembrance.
The Finalizing has several rooms, a couple dozen, each room belonging to a different person.
I see.
And some sort of network of
the room you found this sort of undead creature in, was it in the Bargus room? Or
No, I was working my way through a hallway. But the Bargus room is on sub 2, in the northwesternmost room.
And I did hear that Mr. Huggs is buried here, correct?
Yes.
Is he in one of the rooms, or...?
No, he preferred a standard burial. Considered himself a man of the people.
This is, largely reconnaissance now. The more information we have, the better. Are there any other significant families who have places of remembrance here? Who still have living relatives in the city, or...?
Yes, Boffins, Eniths, it's another farming family, quite a few, like I said, there must be 30 rooms.
Are they labelled when you're in there? Like
some of them
room?
have a portrait or a plaque or something, not all of them, but some of them, yeah.
Alright. Also, we're asking in case, we damage any of these rooms in combat, we'd like to let you know whose room was damaged.
I appreciate that, yes.
We'd like to...
We'll obviously endeavour not to damage anything.
Of course, but we'd like to, especially if we're fighting on private property, seasoned bounty hunters as we are, we'd like to make people aware that damage might occur.
I understand, and priority 1 is to get the creature out of there.
Right.
I imagine these families, if something's damaged, they will they will understand and repair it. So.
Wonderful. Where is the Hogs Memorial Cemetery grave, Mr. Hogs?
It's on the other side. He sort of points to the other side. You can find it. It's sort of up near the top 3rd row, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Thank you.
Have you got something like a sturdy sack that I could use?
I use sacks to transfer dirt from place to place. Will that do? A sort of
Something like that, yes.
canvas sack?
Yes, I'll take one of those.
Yes. I'll have to get it from. He sort of points to what looks like sort of a small hut or storage shed of something. I have some tools and things. I can go retrieve it.
Please.
Yeah. Now?
Yes.
Yes. He takes his right. I'll put this back. I'll get that.
Thank you, sir.
So to walk.
As soon as he leaves, do you still have the whistle?
I believe I left them with
Do you still? Who has
you
the
all.
whistle? We're clear that's what we're fighting, yes?
Yes. And
To be clear, do you actually need a sack, or did you just want to send them
no,
off?
this is between the manacles and the sack. If there is a way to get this thing out of there,
Oh, you want to keep it
alive.
alive?
Oh, I don't hate that idea at all.
to have something to another thing to show Khlyff and Celis.
I don't think they're gonna necessarily.
Just an
We
idea.
we might not have time to discuss this now, sort of checking on where he is.
He's going into the shed
Yeah.
right now.
We, here, just read this.
Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I did have a crow.
She's rummaging through her bag and she's like,
But do you have a whistle?
Sorry. I don't know if I have a whistle, but I definitely have a
I don't think I took the whistle.
Hatchet, I know Hatchet.
I gave you the right note, yes?
Yeah. It says
For Mari, you're so stinky. What does this mean?
No, I don't have the whistle.
McKenna.
One of you two has the whistle.
These are people that I've interacted with on the coast.
All right, so this we
Who
found.
wrote this?
Give it back to me for a second.
I'm still reading.
Give it to me.
Oh God, you've already.
I'm a little slow on reading.
Sure,
Give
whatever.
me an extra
We found
moment.
someone yelling at one of. I assume I'm trying to remember exactly who it's written to. It was someone yelling at one of Mr. McKenna's men's in a pub
Oh,
at the Orba Ale House.
I'm remembering as we speak. 1 second.
Oh yeah.
There's obviously mutants all over.
It
Well,
was
could
um.
be this mutant.
It was a note given to Gaynor. Gaynor was the name of the person writing from Niels. Niels Bargis was yelling at a man named Gaynor, who
Yes.
was one of McKenna's henchmen. So we had spoken to Niels Bargis. Remember Niels, the mutant that attacked
I
Leto?
have spoken to Niels Vargas.
I'm filling you in quickly. Well, he is
Okay.
we spoke to Niels Bargis because if you remember the mutant that attacked Leto had a shit. He's coming.
He's rummaging.
He had a pouch that had an inscribed N
Yes,
on it, and so we
yes.
went to Niels Bargis's place. And these pouches are quite common,
So you think
and
he's
it
involved?
seems that these creatures, these mutants, have moments of lucidity, which is why I think keeping it alive is a good idea.
Yeah,
And
maybe that's
whosever's
why it
room
was
it
found
is.
in a place of remembrance.
Exactly. This thing is in some way related to Niels Bargis, and shit, he's
Hold
coming.
on, he said it's not that room.
But if it's down there, oh, hello.
Sack. For you.
Thank you. What do you know? What specifically? Whose room did you see it in?
It was not in a
Hallway.
room.
He said a hallway.
Oh, it was in the
It seemed to, like I said, I heard footsteps, so it was on the move from one place to another, I suppose. I don't know where it was coming from or where it was headed.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
got it.
Got it. Yeah.
All right. Well, lead us to the door, and we'll see you in a few moments.
I'm still waiting for my.
Oh, right.
We're
You
waiting
need
A
for
bit
his
of
armor.
gear, yeah. There's somebody. Khlyff is sending somebody with some gear for me.
Well, I'll take you to the entrance. I won't open it until you're ready. Follow me.
He starts to walk, sort of waddling a little bit. Sort of takes heavy footsteps. He moves pretty well for a guy his size. I mean, you can tell that sort of underneath he still has some of that athleticism. He sort of moves quickly along the side of the hill there. He leads you around to the opposite side of the hill, away from where the main portion of the burial grounds is located. You're now kind of at the farthest point from the center of town. And you're getting very close to the edge of the forest, as well as some of the crop fields to the north. So you guys are like way up here, kind of almost like past the main burial grounds. You start to head for a small, circular stone structure with a simple pointed roof. It almost looks like a well that's been pulled up out of the ground, so it's like exposed some of the interior lining. It has that kind of very simple, round, very small look to it. There's an iron door with a heavy latch that looks like it's in the closed position, with a lock to secure it in place. And as he's walking along, Avavarius reaches into a big pouch, or a big pocket on his robe, and he pulls out a large key that he's sort of walking towards it with.
Please be careful as you go in.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we will be.
He sort of looks out, and in the distance you see a light blue robe. It's kind of approaching in the distance, and it seems like the size of the armor. He's like carrying this big set of scale armor and a mace that he's kind of balanced on one end, and a shield that's sort of an oversized shield, sort of huffing and puffing a little bit.
I'll start to come towards him.
Up to this point, all of the acolytes or advocates you've seen were very sort of composed and quiet and simple, and he's sort of...
I'll like, yeah.
Yep. He sort of offloads them onto you, and as soon as he lets go of them, he kind of pats himself down and gets his robe kind of in order, pulls the sleeves down to sort of clean himself up.
Thank you.
Yes, your things. There's an inscription on the armor. It was the only one available in your size. And you sort of turn over the scale armor, and it looks like there's kind of a face on it of like someone like almost like posing for a portrait that looks like this armor was commissioned for someone, so it's like engraved with like a gentleman with a feather in his hat's kind of face on it on the front of the armor. So it's just a design. There's nothing to it, but
It's not a name.
there isn't a name on it. It was clearly made for someone, but that he hasn't picked up his armor yet, so he was able to sort of borrow this for the time being.
Do you recognize? Thank you.
Good luck. He turns and walks away.
Just suited up.
Sort of putting it on as he's walking now.
Has the guy given us some space here, or is he kind of...
He's standing there with the key.
He still has the
Yeah,
key.
he's
I think he gave us.
Feeling the weight of the shield.
Yeah, I mean, it's the straps aren't fitted to you like your own equipment, but it's nice. It's very new. Everything's completely undinged, like no dents or blemishes at all on the armor or the shield or the weapon. Graven walking back and the sun hitting him, he's like shining
Yeah, I was
a
gonna
little
say.
bit, reflecting the light off.
A bit fresher than I'm used to, but
Oh wow, quite fresh and fancy.
I'll give
Nice.
I'll give a mace a flip.
Sure,
Try to catch
has
it.
good weight to it. It sort of goes over a couple times.
Who is that?
I'm sorry.
Who's this?
There's a guy.
Who is this?
I don't know.
Looks nice. Look at you.
Or I was gonna like run her fingers around.
Commission.
Sorry. We're ready.
Ready.
Very light-hearted. I hope that helps you relax.
It does, yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Totally professional.
He goes over to the padlock, sticks it in, turns, and that's where we're gonna take a break. As he unlocks
there it
to the
is.
Fronogo Vigo trio. During the break, people can just find out
Where that was. It's one of you two.
Don't point fingers.
I think you two have them because this was the whole thing.
no,
is that when we
would've
left, I was
split
like,
the whistles in half.
we didn't. That was the thing. Is
That
We
makes
will
no sense.
find that out during the break. Thank
Before
you
we
so
cut
much.
away, Rainmocker subscribed with Prime, so thank you so
Oh,
much.
hi, yes. Thanks for the Prime subscription. Awesome. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be right back after a short break, and we'll dive back into the Fronogo Vigo Trail, the place of remembrance.
Oh,
we'll see you
boy.
guys on the other side.
Pinocchio.
Who's got the fucking whistle?
okay, that's the thing.
And welcome back, everyone, to Tabletop Notch.
Who had the whistle?
We solved the mystery
Beezaura. And I didn't say I
of
didn't.
the great whistle.
You know what? You were the one who even threw us.
Yeah,
two
you
under
were
the bus.
like-
You were
After
like,
he
oh,
pointed,
these
he was
two
like, I gave it to
definitely
you.
have the whistle.
But guess who did in fact have a quill?
All right, so we're all idiots.
I have Torpor.
It was me.
We're not using them.
Well, now that we all know what we have.
Okay.
Avarius reaches forward, inserts the key into the lock with sort of a hefty turn. It seems like sort of an old lock that's been there for a long time, a little rusted takes the sort of
Wait.
latch.
Can I listen? Right? Is it like fully stone?
It's an iron door.
Iron door?
Yeah, a stone.
I'm still gonna
Sure, give me a
give it
perception
like
check,
a
yeah.
big listen.
He waits, he stops as soon as you say something.
12.
12. Nothing that you can hear through there.
It might be right on the other side, so open it carefully.
And stand behind it, friend.
How do I open it if I'm standing behind?
Well, I imagine just move.
Oh,
with
behind
it.
the door. I
Yes.
thought you meant.
And I want to be ready to attack if something's like right there.
And he's doing his best after your sort of warning to lift it as quietly as possible. It kind of groans a little bit. He goes for the door and he looks to you guys.
My nunchaku out.
Yeah, I'll have my bow out as well.
And it creaks a little bit as he opens it. You look inside. Pitch dark inside other than a little bit of light that's leaking in through the outside. And you see in front of you a stone staircase that's spiraling downward.
Should we have him lock it behind us?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's smart.
We should have some kind of a knock that you would recognize from us to let us back out.
I don't want it to get out.
3 straight pounds. Bang, bang, bang.
Well, will you be able to hear us through the door if we shouted something to you?
Shouting, maybe. Banging on the door, yes, I will
Well,
definitely.
then something not like that. It should be bang, bang, bang.
Great.
Two shorts and a long.
Bang.
Bang.
And the pattern may repeat, but there will always be bang, bang, bang,
Yes.
bang, bang, bang.
Bang, bang. Bang.
Emotions, it's open.
I will wait to cast any light. You who can see, go first. I'll go in the middle. Somebody take up the
I'll
the rear.
go in first. Okay?
No. I'm gonna go in
This
first.
discussion maybe from before the door was open.
Shut up.
Okay.
I'm gonna go in
Listen.
first.
I apologize.
Erland proceeds.
You start to walk in.
I'm gonna go back, like, after him.
I'll go third.
Waits there at the door.
Or we'll put our hand on the door.
And you can hear the other side. And immediately, Erland, as you're the first one to enter, on your right, you do pass by a little kind of wheel-looking, sort of grooved valve. That was what, as he described, if you wanted to light the lanterns. You see that on your right as you pass in.
Okay, what do we think? Should we light everything up?
No. I think we proceed as quietly as possible, and Goliath, you can light the.
Should I do one now?
No, we want to proceed quietly.
Well, I can't see anything.
Then stay directly behind me,
Okay.
and
Who should have the whistle? Do you want it?
no, I think that
I've got
Goliath,
it.
Okay.
Graven should be going in first, and he should be engaging as much as possible, blowing the whistle as much as possible to keep incapacitated. Right?
Yeah?
I'll be in as well to help control movements, and then you two give him hell from afar.
Are we trying to attack it non-lethally?
Yes. So if it starts to look weak, simply try and limit its movement, limit its ability to regain health. But once it starts to look a little weak on its feet, it has to be Graven or I.
Okay.
Understood.
So I will...
Talking as you're moving very quietly. So this is the... Let me bring up the big map. This is where you're coming in from the surface. So you immediately start to walk along this stairwell. So Erland's first. Safira was second.
Erland in the study.
I think it was Graven. Right
Graven,
behind
and
me.
then...
Yeah.
With the whistle.
With the whistle.
and Orba coming in from the top there, so you guys are just moving in. So the door opens up to this spiraling staircase downward. And right away, after you've only taken just a few steps, you can see that the center is hollowed out, meaning there aren't walls on both sides of you as you descend. There's an interior side railing. It's not like you're just going to slip off willy-nilly, but it's open in the middle. So if you dropped something over the edge, it would presumably fall all the way down to the lowest
That is
level.
terrifying.
And the bottommost level that's not yet been outfitted for those rooms, you imagine, is the last one down there. You can see all the way to the bottom. Vaguely, with your dark vision, you can sort of see that it comes to an end at some point. And another bit of thing that you note, that you can sort of tell just by this sort of open concept, is that you could probably hear your companions from any of the sub-levels if you're in this sort of stairwell. Like, you could easily shout to another one and it would sort of carry up or down. So it has that sort of sound element to it. It does also mean that your footsteps are a little echoey. They ring out just a little bit as you sort of move down these quiet stone stairs. The air has a bit of that kind of musky, stale basement quality to it. It's not unusual, just doesn't feel particularly fresh. This isn't a place that people are constantly coming in and out of. They just come to sort of pay respects to deceased family members or people that they were close to. But for Erland, there's something more. A combination, sort of sweet and earthy smell that hangs heavy in your nostrils, bringing back sensory memories. Tackle Shack, Josco's cabin, and the Microl Den south of Leopold's garrison. So immediately, as you've only gone down maybe 8 steps, that sort of starts to drift past your nostrils. So you guys are moving forward.
Did one of you guys buy a Niels Bonkus pouch, or did we just talk about it?
Oh, she bought a pouch.
I got a pouch. Why do you want it?
Just wondering.
You have a Niels Bonkus pouch, right?
Yeah, why? Do you want it?
I think so, yes. Either Graven or I should have it. Perhaps try and coax it into lucidity.
Okay, I don't know that that's gonna work.
You're supposing that this is the same exact one that was...
I mean, I guess we should test the hypothesis, but I think we should be ready for it to not respond the way you want it to.
Sure, but if we can get more out of this than just killing another mutant, that would be beneficial.
Agreed.
Great, so I'll take that pouch
Do
from
you remember Leto's description of that particular...
It could also not be relevant anymore. They morph. They change.
What?
His likeness might not be what it was. They're organic. And it's
Unsure. Just a theory.
Okay.
So I'll start proceeding quietly down this
Now, so as you can see, I can even bring up
Holding the back of Erland's cloak.
closer cam here.
Safira's cloak. On Erland's back.
Yes. Don't forget. It's mine.
Closer. So, you guys start to move down the spiral staircase. Are you attempting to move quietly?
Yes.
Stealth checks for everybody.
This always goes well.
Oh my god, you idiot. Ha ha, ha ha ha, I'm so stealthy.
8.
15.
23.
7.
Oh, sorry.
So Erland kind of leading the way, unfortunately, he doesn't have like other people's sort of footsteps to guide him as the first one down the stairs. And immediately just sort of, you don't anticipate the level of echo in this space. You're anticipating when you come in for it to be sort of an enclosed kind of tomb. And immediately as you start to take a step, you hit this first landing that's like one of these larger steps. And as soon as you hit it, it just makes kind of a that echoes out. Sort of a surprisingly loud noise for these sort of stone steps.
Do we hear any footsteps in response?
Make a perception check.
19.
You wait for a moment. Nothing. But you have reached that first landing. So the first door is on your left that presumably goes into one of these Fernogo Vigotrios.
And this would be sub 1,
This is sub 1. So in this first spiral of the staircase, there's a number of doors. You can already see some of them.
Okay.
Or they can see some of them. So yes, this is all sub 1 on this first sort of round around the staircase.
Gonna put my ear up to the door, give it a listen.
Make a perception check.
And 18.
Sounds silent in there.
Gonna slowly open it quietly.
Give me a stealth check.
That's cocked.
21.
This time, sort of after hearing your foot echo, you sort of double down on your efforts to not make additional sound. You sort of turn the knob. You push, and you sort of go in small increments, making sure that there isn't kind of a squeak or anything. But the place seems very well maintained. It does seem like Ava takes good care of this place, and the doors aren't sort of old or rusted or anything like that. They seem to be in good condition. And you slowly push it open. And you look into the first of one of these Vigotrios, which is these sort of... It has this kind of very sterile, museum-like quality to it, sort of a prepared space, almost like you're looking at the scene of a play that's been set up on a stage. This particular one looks like it was someone's kind of study. There's a large couch, comfortable chair in one spot. Looks like there's a side table that has a journal on it that is closed at the moment. So it's been set up in this kind of space, but these spaces all, in addition to the sort of weird sort of staged event to them, what adds to their peculiarity is there is a coffin in the middle of the room. I mean, that's in addition to the space being set up, the body is still actually here. So in the middle of this sort of almost study living room-esque space, there is sort of a large coffin there in the middle of the space. But other than that, you don't see anything.
Are these doors or open hallways? Oh no! I
What
lost it.
There is an open hallway here, there is a door here, and a door there.
Okay.
Appears it.
Do you see anything?
Yeah, it's pitch black for Graven. You don't have any lights, right? You didn't light up anything.
No.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for a cue.
I'm gonna check the other doors. Journal on the table. One of you check it out.
I'm gonna sort of move over to.
I'm gonna go up to the journal.
Okay, so you're pushing past Graven here.
Yeah.
So Graven sort of feels.
I'm
Safira
taking Graven with me to this.
Oh, okay.
Here.
Erland leads. Safira's gonna come in. Orba, are you staying sort of at the door? You coming in?
Yeah, I'll stay watch at
Okay.
the
Stays out
stairs.
at the staircase. So Safira, first you go over to the journal, you open it up, and it's blank. It looks like it's a prop journal of some kind.
shit.
Again, these spaces sort of set up to not to have their actual possessions, but to mimic a place that they once found. Sort
I'll kind of
comforting
like
and safe.
flip through the pages just
Sure.
like to make sure that everything's
Flip
empty.
through all the pages, totally empty. Yep, seems like a prop sort of.
And
made
is
to
there
read.
anything like sort of, if I look at if I take a second to look at the ground and the walls, do I see any plant life that looks unusual anywhere?
Make an investigation.
Come on! You suck. 12.
Start to look around. As soon as you kind of put the journal down, you look around at the walls, the floor, and something catches your eye. Sort of on this wall over here. Oh, I do have the big map. On this sort of far wall, sort of near this fake fireplace that's been set up on one side, you see what looks like almost like a slug trail, like sort of a slimy
Slime,
residue
yeah, okay.
that's been sort of streaked across the wall.
Okay.
It's small, it's not big, it's almost as if like one hand just kind of went like,
So
and that's it.
I'm gonna kind of put a hand up to the group and like.
As you're doing that, we'll say Erland went over to the door as she was doing
Yep.
that. So, were you listening at the door? Give me
Same
a
deal,
perception check
listening
as well. Yep.
5.
You don't hear anything?
Couldn't decide if I want to say fuck or 5.
Fucking 5. You don't hear anything?
And then slowly open
I'm
it.
kind of.
Okay, we'll say that as you're about to, you do see Safira on the
Oh,
other
stop.
end of the room.
Erland, nothing in the journal. It's a prop. But look at that. And I'm kind of pointing to the slug trail.
Takes your attention to it.
Looks like it might be. At least it might have come this way.
Well, Letos did say, I believe, that the hand was cut off the creature, so perhaps it's oozing.
Yes, we should look for these on the walls, on the floor. It might point
Like if
us
it's
to where
been
it is.
dismembered, it's not oozing blood, it's perhaps oozing
Something.
something.
There's ooze.
There's ooze. Look.
you
Well,
can't
that's
see.
right. I forget that you can't see anything. I'm not going to make you touch it.
Okay.
I'm gonna give everyone like a silence and then try and quietly open the
You
door.
are stealth check.
17.
17. Very quietly crack the door. You peer inside to this. It looks like that it was part of this. You know, this isn't a separate sort of room that's been set up, but it looks like part of the set. So you open the door and it opens into kind of. It looks like a pantry. It's not filled with actual food, but it looks like maybe this person also sort of took comfort in cooking and sort of worked around the home. So it's set up as kind of a fake pantry. There's shelving. There's a number of tables. It looks like there's a few knives sort of hanging on the wall that looks like sort of a place to prepare food in here.
This one's clear. Give that. I'll point to the open hallway. I'll say, give that other room a check, and I'll lead Graven over to this door.
So you can peer through there. Give me a perception check.
Graven trips over the coffin. Oh! My shin.
Oh,
Stub your toe.
Okay. 8.
You try to peer in, and it looks like it's set up to be some kind of dining hall. You're not sure if it's related to the previous sort of setup or not, but you don't notice anything about it that stands out right away.
Okay.
And Erland, give me a perception check.
There we go.
21.
You hear nothing. It's silent.
And slowly open it.
Give me a stealth check.
21.
21. Damn. Erland cracks it open a little bit. And you look into, this does not look like it's been set up to be a room. It looks like it's simply a passage hall between a few of the rooms, so that you don't have to go back out into the stairwell to enter into one of the other areas, perhaps. But you peer inside, and you see something that almost certainly wasn't there as part of the Fernogo Vigotrio. A spherical mass, perhaps 2 to 3 feet in diameter, with a very rubbery, shining skin that almost makes it look like a large rain droplet whose surface tension could break at any moment with the slightest disturbance. And all around the base of this sphere are these like worm-like tendrils that seem to be anchoring it to the floor, like it seems like stuck to the floor. And the noise from the door, the little bit of noise that you make as it kind of opens, seemed to prompt a brief kind of pulsation before shrinking again ever so slightly. You see a pulsing spheroid.
Is it possible to walk past it without touching the legs?
Yes.
Like, is that relatively easily, or would it require some careful stepping?
Relatively easily. You saw it, as far as you could tell, maybe responded to the little bit of the creaking, not creaking, but the opening of the door. So it seemed to respond a little bit to noise. But you could definitely step around it. It seems like you could step around it.
Okay, I'm going to stop and like put a hand on Graven's chest and walk him back into the room that we were just in. And I'm gonna signal to Orba to come in.
We're still watching it. You hadn't heard anything yet?
Great. I was actually also, when I heard the slug trail or whatever, is there anything in that stairwell within my...
Perception check.
Not 20.
Not 20. As you hear that, you hadn't been looking as much at the stairwell because it's pretty dim in here, but you get a little closer to the ground, and it looks like another one of those trails is working its way down the spiral.
Does it looks wet?
It looks wet, again, sort of gooey. I wouldn't say wet. It's not like a liquid per se.
Right, but like there's like a
it's not
gloss
dry.
finish.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
It's not dry.
Okay. Cool.
Dry.
Are my boots in it?
Are there marks in it, you mean?
Are my boots
Oh, are your
physically
boots in it? No.
Yeah, she's gonna like avoid that shit. Okay, I'll be at attention.
All the way down the stairs, the trail.
When I opened the door, did the smell seem to increase?
It's pretty prevalent all throughout here.
Ooh.
Yeah. It came on strong and it has not gone away.
But that didn't smell... Because I know it's been sort of like a different experience, like communicating with literal myconids and being in the presence of mutants.
It didn't change. No,
Okay,
it didn't
cool.
change. It's still that sort of very sweet, earthy smell that you've been detecting the entire time.
All right, there is, very quietly, all right, there's some sort of bulbous orb on the other side of that door.
Like what he said he saw it vomit up.
Yes,
Yeah, exactly.
it could, I'm guessing, but it's either some sort of creature that could burst out of it and fight us, or perhaps some sort of surveillance thing that it drops down.
Like an alarm system.
Like an alarm system, exactly.
Are they...
We can walk past it. It seems to respond to noise, though.
Oh.
The egg?
The egg thing seems to respond to noise.
Gross. Okay.
So it still shouldn't make any light.
No, if we walk past it, though, I think you might be able to create some light so that you can step clearly around it.
Do we need to walk past it? She said that there was a trail that extends downstairs. So should we check out downstairs first?
It looks like it's sort of another passageway. Perhaps we could sneak up on it if we go past this.
Okay, we can try.
Go past.
Go past the orb thing, because it'll take us around back.
Should we check that Safira? You didn't see anything in that room? I don't see anything.
We've checked out all the rooms here, and we can perhaps
You
walk
could hear her
around.
stepping in a different direction. You could tell she was looking around. You couldn't tell that she did.
All right, we try and move past it very quietly,
We're going to have to cast light.
and
Do we?
cast
So
light temporarily, just walking past this.
Okay.
Okay.
You think if it
If it responds to
the
noise,
sound, do you
it
think it
might
might respond to
light.
light?
I have no idea.
Suppose we're gonna find out,
my
aren't
special sack over the mace and light the mace so that it's kind of very dull.
Okay, you do so. The sack is thick enough that it casts very little light. Like if you held that up to a surface, you could see it, but it's not like allowing you to see what's in front of you if the sack is over it.
Does it kind of cast straight down?
Yeah, like at your feet a little bit, yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll just I'll work with that and
Okay.
guide me.
It can basically, you can't see in front of you, but you can see directly on your feet to make sure you're not about to step on something.
That's what I'll do.
great.
I'll just
So
hold
seeing
on
that's what he's
to
doing, I'm
it
going to
now.
describe it to Graven. I'm going to sort of describe the tendrils that I saw. So definitely don't step on the tendrils.
Right.
Got it.
Okay.
And I'm going to very kind of quietly try and lead the group along that wall past the thing.
Erland, give me a stealth check.
Welch.
23.
23. So Erland goes first. Keeping an eye on it, and it doesn't seem to stir.
And sort of keeping a hand on Graven as well, helping him along.
So is Graven following directly behind you? Give me a stealth check as well.
2.
Oh my god.
Graven sort of holding onto Erland a little bit.
Here we go.
Steps forward, and just because the armor, you're not used to the fit a little bit. It kind of rattles a little bit just as you're trying to keep yourself up against the wall, and immediately as it does, you see like it gets a little bigger. And it starts to deflate a little bit.
Very quietly. Are we all right?
I'm just going to lightly tug on him towards me.
Okay.
And in fact, when that happened, almost like holding your flashlight up to your hand, you could see a little bit of reddish light kind of pulse a little bit. So it made a little bit. It didn't shine light so you could see the room, but it did you could see the object
Okay.
as soon as
so
you
I can see
made
where
the
it is.
noise.
All right. I'm gonna
I'm going to
try to shrug my shoulders just a little bit to settle into the armor and keep going.
Now, are you guys following him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
temper that enthusiasm.
I'm really. This is like the thing from Alien. It's the slimy egg that you're not supposed to touch from Rick and Morty. I'm very upset about it. Okay, 19.
19. Safira sort of deftly.
Come for me, little egg.
Your dark vision allowing her to see in between the spots where the tendrils are.
Are you Reaper form?
You make your way through.
No, she's not.
I'm Norba.
So also, while Orba's making her way up, I will also say, Erland, you can see now that you've gotten into the other side. There's a long hallway that kind of leads down, and it bends off to the right. That's all you can see. At the
Okay, cool.
moment.
I'm going to still sort of wait until we see Orba clear.
All right. Stealth check, Orba.
It takes a nice, deep, quiet breath. 4.
Better than me.
Oh no.
Just sort of working her way through.
No.
You step along the same path that everyone kind of moved along, but one just slight wobble, and you step on one of the tendrils, like one of the little tendrils that's just sticking out, just ever so slightly. You immediately pick your foot back up, but it starts to, and you see it kind of pulse for a minute, and then it swells, and it bursts. I need
shit.
you and Safira to both make dexterity saving throws.
Oh no! We got exploded on.
12.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Oh,
You both
no,
take
Norba.
4 acid damage.
Okay.
So immediately you feel the sting as the acid kind of hits your skin. You're trying to wipe it off a little bit, and also hold in a kind of scream or moan or anything to that effect. It starts to shrink after sort of bursting, and it kind of reforges itself and gets back to its original size. So it doesn't seem to burst and it's gone. It spewed and then kind of reset itself.
This thing
Did
sucks.
as I was watching it reform, would I have a chance to quickly move
Yeah,
past
we'll say
it?
you were moving past it during that.
Okay.
yes.
That sucks.
This thing sucks.
Well,
At least it didn't poison you.
Not,
At least.
Not yet.
At least
yeah, it's
it
just a
doesn't-
third of her
doesn't-
Not
HP.
yet.
It's not a third.
It's pretty close.
It's 25%.
It's more than a third.
And again, there's that red kind of veined glow that slowly dims.
Are we alright back there?
Yeah, but don't get hit by it.
Careful. And I'm going to sort of quietly move forward.
You guys move down the hall. And you get to a door as soon as you sort of curve off to the right there.
sort of
Perception
knowing the
check.
plan.
Come on. Oh.
7.
You don't hear anything?
That is.
17.
For the stealth check. Great.
I'm sorry, I
So,
presumed.
crack open the door. Sitting there on the floor, in the middle of this room,
Why are we doing this?
There's 4 of them.
is another one.
No!
of these sort of pulsing sacks.
Like center of the room.
Yep, pretty much the center of the room. In this,
Is this another...
this is another kind of pantry-looking room, a little different than the other one. It looks like maybe this person. It's almost like a storage shed for a workshop. Like if this one was set up for someone who was a wood carver or something. There's some whittling tools and things on the walls, some shelving and some crates and things. You would have to climb on some of the objects to get around it.
What objects are in the
Like a crate, there's a shelf that you could climb up and over. Like there's 2 kind of shelving units and it's in the middle. So you're either jumping over it or climbing over furniture to get past it without touching it.
Being near Erland, I'm gonna kind of grab him and, like, as quietly as I can. It occurs to me, we probably can't just leave these things here. I mean, the job was to kill the thing, but if we kill the thing, or even if we just take it out, and these things are still in here,
Afterwards.
feels like we completed half. Okay, after?
After. Perhaps if it is removed.
I'm just wondering if it's not easier to just fucking.
We don't know what it does. We don't know if it warns. We don't.
Well, what I was actually going to ask you a couple questions.
Yes.
So, when it burst, how far did it go? How far did that
So,
acid
I mean,
go?
you could tell with your dark vision that it reached you in Safira, so you'd guess 20, 25 feet radius. Like,
Radius?
We were around the corner.
Yeah,
The reason we didn't get his. We
yeah, and
Okay.
also Safira was between you.
Right.
Just based on the spray. Like, some of that spray
you.
got
Thank you.
back into the room that you came from.
Okay, and then,
And yeah, and it didn't, and again, so it didn't fully, like, burst, explode. It kind of,
Right.
like, opened up and then...
So if it burst, it might be like...
True. Okay. My other question was... It's gone.
Should I not try, just to hear me out for a second here, should I not try from afar to just shoot the thing, and then maybe we can run through?
How big is the shelving unit directly next to it? Like, if I were to knock over the shelving unit, would it cover the entire floor? Would it fall on the
It
thing,
would fall
covering
on
it
the
up?
thing, yeah. I mean, yes, so it's like, you know, it's a bulb like this big, so it would go swoosh.
Yeah, so
yes.
it would... Okay.
Yes.
That might also provide easy passage over it if I knock over the shelving unit.
And also
That's a
alarm
smart-
everything
That's,
in
that's
this
what I mean, is
underground
at
chamber.
least an arrow is quiet, and the explosion doesn't seem to
Can
cause
we
that
just
much
have
noise.
one person go past and just see if
Okay, I will walk past it.
Okay.
there's no need for all 4?
I'm gonna using the shelving unit, I'm gonna try and
Climb up
climb.
and over it. Okay, give me an acrobatics check.
Come on.
17.
Sort of, he puts one foot up on it just to kind of make sure that it's steady and not gonna like teeter, and he climbs one shelf, pulls himself up kind of deftly, sits down on the top, looks back, and then drops down on the other side. And there's another door on the other side.
Can I give everyone a big hand to hold?
Graven can't see that, but yes,
Can't
Safira can as you're sort of crowded around that doorway.
Can I give the door a listen?
You made perception check. Were you saying something?
Can I just, like, inch by inch take the sack up to see if, when I get to tendrils, if it reacts to the light?
Give me a dexterity, just a straight dexterity check. You
sure.
attempt to carefully sort of inch by inch move it close enough. 11. Sort of pull at the sack a little bit. And the way the sack's kind of draped, it kind of moves in little increments. It kind of slides and then slides a little bit. It gets out to the tendrils, you think, and you're ready to kind of cover it back up. And it doesn't react, as far as you can tell, to the light. And the light fills the room. You get a better look at it. It's very kind of glossy. It has kind of a rubbery texture. Like, it looks more solid in the light than it seemed at first, where it seemed a little more delicate.
That's worse. I don't know why, but
Now,
it is.
the way around, there's only the one way is the shelves, or there's a way over crates as well?
Yeah, there's another sort of set of
Okay.
sort of objects that you still have to climb over.
I would be worried about shelves holding my weight, I think.
Sure, yeah, there's some crates on the other side that you
Okay.
could climb over.
I will,
What was your perception check before we get to
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, great. You don't hear anything. It's quiet on the other side. Pushes open. Give me a stealth check.
16.
16. Crack the door open. There is not one of those things in here. There is another scene set up in here. A kitchen scene, looks like sort of a dining area. Someone's sort of place of comfort was, their own sort of hearth and home. You see like a mock stove on one wall, a couple of tables, benches, chairs.
I'm going to sort of gesture to the group I'm going to sort of start looking around the room.
Okay, give me an investigation.
For any more slime, any...
Sure.
Do you mind just adjusting the map a little bit so we can see it?
Yes, I would love to do that.
Do you say investigation or perception?
Yep.
It doesn't matter,
Investigate.
actually. 9.
9. Yeah, so as you're looking around, a little bit of slime on one of the walls. Other than that, you don't find anything. So it does seem like something, maybe passed through this area in general, left some trails here and there.
Gone all over.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn to them and kind of not push them, but like bring them back around the corner a tiny bit. Safira. I'm gonna bring you back around the corner just a bit to say like, I'm going to try to go over the crate. Stay back here a little bit, but if I fail and it explodes, make a running jump over it right after it explodes before it, so you don't have to try yourself.
Okay, alright.
All right?
Yeah.
And I'll go and try to get...
Give me an athletics check, because you're more climbing than kind of, you're sort of pulling yourself up.
No.
Sort of pulls himself up. And you get onto one of the crates, and it seems pretty solid, kind of standing on it. But you can tell because this is sort of a mock setup, it's empty inside. So as soon as you're sort of stepping on one edge, you can feel it kind of teeter a little bit. And you have no choice but to jump off quickly or risk basically this pile of crates crashing down. So you jump to the other side, but as your feet hit the floor...
Can I try to do like a roll when I hit?
You can. You probably roll into the wall.
I left the door open.
So you kind of, he's on the other side there. As you kind of hit the floor, even as you kind of cushion your fall a little bit, there's a kind of rings out a little bit on the floor. Mm-hmm. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
16.
There we go.
Half damage, maybe?
You take 4 acid damage. You're coated in this stuff. And it reforms itself.
Did you guys go for
as
it?
as it was starting
During
to...
the reform time? Great.
Yep.
Okay, we'll say that you guys were able to get through there. So during it, so you can tell as it sort of after the explosion, there is a short window where you can sort of move past it without disturbing it further.
You're welcome.
Sorry, it hurts, doesn't it?
Okay, wait. So we are in another room where we could have just accessed it not by going past these things, right?
That's a fair point.
Yes.
Okay, so let's keep that in mind when we're choosing routes, that some of these rooms, these private rooms, connect,
Okay.
so that if one passage is more precarious, we choose the other.
Yep.
Do we think that killing these weakens it?
No.
I don't know.
I like your confidence.
I don't know. I don't...
Good enough for me.
Hang on. Here's my last pitch.
Okay.
Just saying, if this thing is chasing us in any way and we're trying to get out of here, we're trying to run away from it or back away in any way, and we'll get backed into one of these rooms where we left one of these things, that's going to be a pain. So should we just take care of them now? I know it's a bit of an issue, but I'm just asking, can I try to just fire at one of them?
What if it
see
makes a
what
big
happens?
noise?
Then,
What if
well,
when
at
it
least
pops,
we'll
it makes a
find
big
the
pop?
thing.
Then I guess we just fight it.
I mean,
I'm
we have
inclined
the
to agree with
whistle,
Safira
we're-
at this point. We have the whistle.
We
Okay.
should be well equipped if there's one of these things and we're not in a completely shit area. I think we're going to be okay. We can handle ourselves quite well. He's got the whistle.
I would also, if this thing is vomiting these things up, I'd like to know what it does when it explodes when we're not in the middle of a fight.
Okay.
All right. Nobody's opened this door yet.
No.
With my sense of direction, would I maybe tell that that's back?
Yes,
in the way?
you sort of
Okay.
have an idea that that's looped back around.
Okay,
Yep.
then I'm gonna slowly, quietly open
Open the door. It opens back up to the stairwell as you expected.
Safira, fine. Come over here with me.
Okay.
And from here, fire straight through.
Right. I'm going to kind of walk over with him.
I'm actually going to watch this one while they're doing that.
Okay.
And I'm
during
gonna-
this time?
I'll hold a sacred flame
for, I don't know, if it does anything other than explode like it had.
Okay.
I want to be on the far away from it as possible too. Like,
So the opposite end of the room, sure.
Yeah, everyone back up.
I'm gonna be on the staircase, looking down the well,
Oh, good.
holding let's do Ray of Frost. I'm just gonna hold that if I see it.
I'll hold it for as soon as she hits it. I'll cast it
On what? On the same thing?
on the egg.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Right, here goes. Let's see.
Make an attack roll for me.
22 hit.
Hits, roll for damage.
Fuck am I rolling? Where's the D8? This is a D8, right? Okay. That's 7 total damage.
7 total damage. And it sticks right into that kind of gooey exterior shell. And you see it kind of rubber, almost like sort of react to the impact of the arrow, but otherwise shows absolutely no sign that anything happened to it. Erland, you see as that bulb sort of pulses in reaction to the arrow, Erland also sees that bulb pulses as well. And Orba, looking down the staircase, in the distance you see like 3 or 4 pulses that might be further down, sort of emanating a bit of light.
Was it more on the stair or more like on the subsurface of the floor? Can you tell?
Maybe one on the stairs, another one coming from a hallway or something.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah,
Because
yeah.
you're looking kind of down to sub-level 2.
I see. Okay.
Shit. Well, that's not good. It didn't do anything.
All right. So avoid.
Did it fully like heal over itself too, or?
What do you mean heal
the
over
arrow
itself?
just sticking
It's
in
just
it?
sticking into it, yep. Just into kind of its rubbery hull.
Well,
And now I've
perhaps
lost my
a different
fucking arrow.
Do you have
type
any?
of damage.
Do you have
but
anything fiery?
I do, but I'd rather save
We could light one of
my
these on fire.
energy
I
for.
see. Yes.
I mean, we could actually physically light one of these on fire if
Oh.
we wanted to.
yes, do that.
Don't we have flint and oil
Is
somewhere?
there not
Yes.
torches around as well, or?
There's oil lanterns
Yeah.
that you could...
So I'm gonna find an oil lantern and stick the tip of it in oil.
We want to probably douse this fire as well, so that we don't burn the whole place down.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. If it does anything, then we'll deal with it then. Does anyone have like flint?
You
of
guys
some
have
kind?
flint
we
and
are.
steel, yeah.
Okay.
Take
And I'm gonna sort of light the arrow, and then once it's burning, I'm gonna carefully kind of pull it back and.
Give me an attack roll.
Is it mostly wood or mostly stone down here?
The rooms have a lot of wood in them.
Oh, good.
The staircase is fully stone and everything in the interior, but
So structurally.
25 to hit.
25 hits, roll for damage.
I hope it hits a stationary.
I would still
can't
like to
hit.
be holding Ray of Frost for the dude.
Okay, that's 6 total damage, and do I get to? Since I've injured this thing, have I not?
The arrow
damaged
goes
this
out
thing?
and sticks in. The flame is extinguished immediately.
Just lost 2 arrows.
So now the 2 arrows are kind of like wobbling in the exterior a little bit.
I think we need to deal with.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The
I think
creature.
perhaps these things are connected to it. Which is unfortunate. If this is some kind of an energy store, then we don't know how to destroy it.
Also, possibly been alerted to our presence.
Is that a door?
It is.
Can I give it a check?
You may. Are you checking around? I can lump some of these in
Yeah.
together.
Yeah, I'll
We'll
check
say
around
check
the
the area.
room.
Give me a perception check and a stealth check, sort of for looking in the vicinity.
7 for perception.
Okay.
And
A lot of
then
You
quiet.
perceive nothing.
nat 20 for
Nat
stealth.
20 for stealth. Erland, you hear Erland kind of moving about a little bit through a couple of the hallways and
Nothing.
rooms.
Really
Crack
good
it.
at hearing nothing.
You crack a couple
Yeah.
doors open. You find, as you look in here,
God.
pulsing thing there. Come in here, you look in here, nothing.
per
You
pop.
look in here, nothing. Go through one more door. There's another one in here.
This guy has been.
So you looked in all that vicinity.
Oh, and there was nothing else over there?
This is another door. We can say you went through there as well.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
We'll say you went through. You have to go back out into the stairwell to not walk by it.
Okay, yeah, I'll go
and
in
then
the
you come in
stairwell.
through this door. Nothing in there. You can move this thing around.
And no, none of these rooms are labeled with portraits or names?
Give me an investigation check.
17.
17. There are some plaques that you find around. A lot of them have initials and things. Nothing that means anything to you. You see like EB, JS, and some years sort of written out as sort of birth and death dates that you see on a number of things. Nothing that stands out to you as like, I know what those stand for or anything like that. So you walk around, kind of look around. This room doesn't seem to have anything. So this area seems clear to you. So the 4 that you've sort of seen in
All right, sort of coming back out into the main area, I'll say 2 more orbs in these rooms.
Okay.
And I'll
Understood.
start to proceed quietly down the stairs.
Start to move down.
I'll follow.
Is everyone moving down the stairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
God damn.
Give me stealth checks as everybody's moving.
No.
No, thank you.
Can we just tell you that we're stealthy?
Oh,
Good. 5.
natural 20.
21. Dirty 21, obviously. I rolled a natural 21.
Natural 23.
I put an extra number on my die.
Just pick me up and carry me down the stairs, please.
Yeah.
Just
I'm
drop
failing
you
every
down the
step.
center. Nothing's more silent than
Beezaura.
flying through the air.
I do a
Beezaura at
levitate
Josco's
whip.
castle, where she just like,
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
wasn't that a mutant dropped her down?
Yeah, threw her off the.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, that was sick.
Oh, with Beezy? Oh, that was awesome when Beezy got tossed upstairs.
Oh, yeah.
Beezaura's going to the top of the stairs. She can't see anything.
So once again, you start to move down the center portion of the stairwell as you get to subsurface 2. So you guys were coming around this way, Erland leading the way, and Graven, Safira, Orba. So the stairwell's further up here, but you're coming around this way. All right.
I've still got my light on.
There was 20s. What was your stealth check?
23.
And Orba?
5.
5. So as Orba's kind of moving down, the sort of loose, untied shoes clatter a little bit against the stone.
Why?
And I need everyone else but Orba to give me perception checks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my god, 10.
11.
21.
There we go. At least
As Erland's kind of listening, you hear Orba's footsteps and you sort of motion for her to stop. And as everyone sort of stands still for a moment, you hear what you think may be what Avavarius described, a little bit of shuffling.
From which room?
From sort of this direction generally, it's hard to tell.
Like this, like behind
Like
us? a
one
little
of this area, yes.
So
like not over
Where
here.
would the door be for that?
There is one door like right
literally-
where you are. Yep.
So I'll stop them and I'll immediately put an ear to that door and see if I hear anything on the other side of it.
You don't, besides the shuffling.
Besides, so the shuffling does sound like it's coming through that door.
Again, maybe not
Near the
directly
guy.
on the other side, but
Okay.
in that
Anything else?
general
No.
direction.
I'm gonna very quietly try and open the door.
Give me some.
9.
Oh god.
Somebody played
And this door that kind of opens up to one of the hallways, it doesn't open up to one of the rooms, which means that maybe it's not as well maintained as some of the others because it's not meant for presentation. It kind of as you open it up. And the shuffling stops.
It's close.
Okay. I'm gonna.
We have to pick our battleground.
What's the room look like that I'm looking at?
You're looking into a hallway right now. This is like a hall that
Oh, I
you
see.
can't see beyond that.
Graven's like,
Are you actually blowing out the
with
whistle?
I mean, I'll take it out.
Yeah.
yeah.
This is our opportunity. He's in a hallway. He's trapped. We gotta go now.
Erland's gonna move I'm gonna move quietly towards. What can I see in front of me?
Start
Is
to
it
move
just-
forward. The hallway splits in 2 directions, this way and this way.
Could I tell at all which direction it was coming from?
It stopped before you kind of got to that point, so hard to tell, but you can see as you look to your left, in the middle of this hallway over here, another...
Great, we're gonna try the right side then.
Great. So move up here, you move into a room that looks like it was kind of a religious study room, like someone who had sort of a strong connection to their sort of scholarly religious pursuits, but nothing in this room.
Any doors?
No doors out of here. This is a dead end. Shit.
Okay.
Very small. We hear this shuffling.
Can I?
It
Is
has
that
stopped.
Is
When
that?
Erland made the noise with the door, silent.
That's an intersection, right?
Yep.
Could I get up to the corner without interfering with that orb thing?
It would be difficult, but you might be able to get by it.
You can try.
I don't want to get by it. I just want to get to the corner.
To peer around the corner.
To like, if I put my back against the corner, I want to give it one of these.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. Sort of quietly move up to it. There's a door here, so you can't see into
Yeah.
that room, and then you peer down, and this is another kind of large hall.
And that's empty too.
Empty up. This is a door here also, so it stops at the door, but otherwise empty. Yes. Everyone kind of waiting.
I'm gonna try and. Okay. That's a door, and this is a hallway.
hallway and then ends in
Great.
a door and a door there. Yes.
Erland's gonna take a few steps back, and I'm gonna. It's right in the center of that little intersection, right?
Yeah, there's a space between it and the door. It's not right up against the door.
No, I know. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm gonna run, and I wanna. Erland's gonna run. Take a deep breath, sprint down the hallway, jump, and try and kick himself off that wall and over onto the other side. Does that make sense? So jump off, kick myself off this wall so that I can propel myself down this.
In this direction.
In this direction.
Okay, give me an acrobatics check.
Is there
space to just walk around it?
He said it'd be
That
tough.
would be too easy.
Acrobatics check, 14.
Pushes yourself off the wall. Lands and immediately. Like it heard the sound of you landing, but does not react.
Graven at the other end, just watching.
Erland disappears around the corner. I mean, you can't see him now at this point.
He's gone.
I'm
Jumped around the
gonna
corner.
whisper.
Let's get out of
He's over for him.
here. Yep. Save yourself.
I'm gonna look over my shoulder quickly and whisper, I'm going to check. When I say that, do I see it move? Is it responding to voice?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. How many doors am I looking at here?
We got like
You move through. So this is open, but there's nothing there.
Great.
You move down the hall a little bit, and there's one on your left and one on your right.
I would have a sense
Oh
that
my
that takes
God.
me back to the
Yep,
stairwell.
loops back around to the
I
stairwell.
want to give this door a good listen.
Give me a perception
Yeah, as
check.
opposed to the other listens, which were not good. Yeah, that's still not
No,
good.
a good listen with a 7.
You don't hear anything.
Good set.
It's a solid set.
Okay, get your hands out of your miniature box.
You find a fucking this.
I'm going to... Fuck it. I'm gonna really quietly open the door.
Give me a stealth check.
Oh my god.
22.
22. You open it very quietly and find that there are 2 of these.
Oh
in here.
my god.
But otherwise, this room looks like it was staged to look like sort of a spell study, like an academic.
And there's a door at the end of that
glass
hallway,
files.
right?
At the
In that room, there's a door as well. Am I seeing that correctly right here?
We'll say
So it's
that's all
open?
open. Yeah, it's a closet that sort of looks like more sort of instruments or vials and cylinders.
I'm gonna...
I'm slowly coming up to here to like stick my head around this corner.
Here?
Yeah, to
Okay.
see where he
Yeah.
went.
Okay.
And I'm like,
You can see Graven just peeking over the side just a little bit. You can see the top of his head kind of around the corner.
Are these all wooden doors?
Yep. The interior doors have all been wooden.
Okay. If I were to jump, is there a place to land on the other side of that?
Yes. It's not a big spot, but yes.
I'm going to walk up very, very quietly as close to that as I can without disturbing it. And Graven's right there.
Yeah, it's right there.
When I open that door, really quiet, like as quietly as I physically can.
You're literally leaning over the
Okay,
thing.
I'm gonna like watch,
Like-
knowing roughly how big it gets before it bursts.
Sure.
I'm gonna say, okay, then I'm gonna say, as soon as I open that door, and I'm gonna pause. Blow the whistle.
Sorry.
And I'm gonna take a few steps back, a bunch of steps back.
Too many steps.
Too many steps back into the other orb.
Ah!
I want to try and jump over it, and knowing that the creature is probably in that room, instead of trying to land quietly, I want to drop my shoulder into the door and try and burst through it.
Okay. Give me an acrobatics check as you run.
Whoa.
and I will.
Acrobatics?
Yep.
23.
23, and then I need you to give me an athletics check as you drop to the other side and immediately go into a shoulder.
11?
11. The door, like, it buckles, but it doesn't burst open. It kind of cracks, and you can hear a sound before you kind of go in for another push. You hear kind of like a clicking sound.
From what we remember, these whistles, they don't make a lot of noise to us.
No,
a
it's kind of
snap
dog
sound.
whistle.
Yeah.
Yep. Blow the whistle. Great, you do. This thing right here, after the sound of the door crashing, pops.
Yeah.
I need a Graven and Erland to give me dexterity saving throws.
Quite as well as I wanted.
8.
Dexterity save, 16.
Graven, you take 6. Erland, you take 3 acid damage. As it pops and starts to mend itself once again. And Graven blows as hard as he can into this whistle, and immediately on the other side of the door you can hear like a as if something's kind of tumbling from side to side, as if kind of like trying to brace itself. You can hear something kind of noise as it's pushing against objects in the room. We can't tell where the sound is coming from.
Based on the damage that I did to the door, does it seem like hitting it with a direct nunchaku attack would get it off, or giving it a hard elbow?
You could, hitting it with the weapon wouldn't, but you could kick it open or
then
push
I'll just
it
give it
open.
a kick.
Give me an athletics check.
Was there enough room for me to, like, as soon as it exploded, kind of, like, run past it with him?
There's not a lot of space between it and the door, so if Erland busts it open, you can kind of follow him through.
11.
Great. The door bursts open, Graven. Running and blowing as hard as
You're like the brigade.
Oh my god.
you burst through, and you see a creature, vaguely elven in its structure, core body structure. Its left shoulder has ballooned into this kind of distended sack that hangs loose toward its back. It stretches the skin over his pectoral muscles, so it kind of breaks the blood vessels. There's like a bruising up around his chest. His jaw hangs disturbingly loose, so that his mouth never fully closes. As it moves its head around, kind of thrashing from the sound, you can see the jaw kind of clicking as it moves back and forth. Its hands are freakishly large, fingers very swollen and malleable. They almost look like gloves filled with water rather than like bone and muscle as it kind of flails around. And you notice that it's moving his hand. You see one hand move, and there's only 4 fingers on one hand as it's sort of moving and thrashing about.
That's right, it's the same one.
And it kind of sees you as you're coming in. And it starts to run.
As Graven's blowing the thing, can I pull out the pouch that Safira gave me? The end pouch. And as I see it and I see the missing finger, I'm gonna say, "We know Niels Bogus!"
You hold the thing up and you shout to it. Were you gonna do something else?
It's humanoid. It's elfish. I'm gonna take just enough time to take the whistle away from my face to whisper the cast of hold person on it.
Okay, great. So as Erland holds up the thing, because he was doing it first, he holds it up, and the creature is recoiling and thrashing so much that it never even gets a look at the thing.
Okay.
It never looks directly at you or at the pouch or anything. It might have heard your words, but it doesn't see the pouch at all. Go ahead and what is the save
So
for?
the save is a wisdom save.
This is going well.
Oh, Rose lived on that one.
Oh, nice.
That is a 19.
Oh, it saves.
Okay. Graven temporarily takes it out, tries to cast the hold person, but the creature's moving quick, and it barrels through the two of you. It bangs into Erland and pushes past Graven. You both can make an opportunity attack if you wish to do so.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You sound so ambivalent about that.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it non-lethally, but
Yeah, same. I'll do a mace non-lethal. So that's 9 to
9,
9
that
to hit.
misses. Yeah.
19.
19 hits, roll for damage.
I need to start rolling better.
Fuck me. 5 bludgeoning.
Great, 5 bludgeoning damage.
If I keep rolling, it's just gonna keep running.
Right, so as it's kind of running by, Erland, holding the pouch in one hand, takes his other hand, whips out the nunchaku, and cracks it kind of across the back as it's moving. You hit the kind of distended shoulder, and it kind of wobbles as it's moving by. It runs by you, and by this time, it sort of runs past the thing, but it has closed back up, and immediately as the creature moves by it, it bursts again. I need Safira, Graven, and Erland all to make dexterity saving throws.
9.
19.
17.
4 to Graven, only 2 to the other 2 for success. Another explosion of acid as it moves down the hall, and you watch it. Let me bring up the map.
Oh my god.
Taking 14 damage.
What?
Yes. You've hit
So it's moving. 5, 10, 30, 40. So you watch it run down the hall and then turn hard like it's going toward the stairwell.
All right, I'm gonna yell. Having seen it, I'm gonna yell, "Stairwell! It's heading for the stairwell!"
And I need you all to roll for initiative.
Oh, baby!
Oh my god.
Guys. Oops.
Well, Graven really tooted too hard and used up all his energy on that too.
What did Graven have?
1.
Oh my god. Safira?
7.
Guys,
Erland?
11.
Don't act like that's
It's
respectable.
better than...
The goopy bitch?
13 for the
shit.
mutant.
Great.
Fuck, he's gonna get more
Great.
running time.
And also separately.
Oh no.
Natural 1, and it has a -2 modifier, so it's going to be the very bottom. Call them the pods.
The pods.
So, that pod just burst, and now that we're breaking it down into sort of combat time, this one is currently resetting. So, you know that, like, after it bursts, there is a period of time before it can explode again.
About 6 seconds?
Yeah, it's like a round. Roughly.
About 6 seconds.
A refractory period.
Listen, I've watched 3 of them explode on my face. I want to know the...
Well, we're starting with Clayman and then into Erland.
Okay. So the creature disappears around the corner, and you hear a door burst open. So the last you saw it, we're also going to do this. This was the last you saw it disappearing around the corner, and it's moved off. So I'm not going to show you exactly.
No.
Wait, sorry. It disappeared around what corner?
This corner here. So it headed. Erland said it was headed toward the door that leads back out into the stairwell.
Okay.
Well, what you don't know, buddy, is you're still locked in here.
He probably knows that.
What if they heard our bang conversation?
Yeah, I know. He's just gonna get himself out.
All right. Erland? Right?
Erland, yep.
Alright, I am... Oh wait, okay, so that's refract. Refractory.
That's not. I shouldn't.
That's
resetting.
That's resetting.
Reforming.
I am gonna. I'm going to. Do I have a sense of?
I didn't know that.
That is. That table got more immature this episode. Do I have a sense of what's a shorter distance from having traveled both now between this
It
and
looks
this?
about even, honestly.
Okay.
Just run
15,
fast.
20,
Erland.
30,
Go
35, 5,
fast.
10, 15, 20, 21, 30, 30. It's almost exactly 5 feet. If you go back the way you came, it's like 5 feet less.
Great. I'm gonna go back the way I
Okay.
came. And
Pushing
then
through the hallway, pushes past
pushes
Safira
past
and
Safira
Orba.
and Orba.
Your movement's
I
what?
want to get to
5,
let me get
10,
to the
15,
stairwell.
20,
Let me see where we're at.
30, 35 puts you back in the stairwell.
Okay. Do I looking over the stairwell? Do I see him?
You catch sight of it, and it looks like it bursted out this door, and it looks like it's heading for.
Come on, little buddy.
Where's my? Yeah.
We just
You
wanna
catch the
talk.
tail end of it, going down the staircase further, maybe to sub 3.
Okay.
Sub 3 is fucking covered with pods.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
100%.
Okay. This is a shit
Did I
idea.
mention that my spell loadout is for hanging around town and not doing much otherwise?
I mean, I got a whole person ready, but...
So I'm going to.
This whole person works.
I have another 5 feet of. I've already moved 35.
Yep, 35.
Great. So I'm going to go 5 more feet.
5 more feet.
And
Give me a perception as you peer down that hallway as well.
12.
12. You see another pod down there.
But it seems like he's going over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I am going to. Can I? There. Did you say there is a? Oh, that's a separate stairwell. That's not through.
Yeah, so it spirals all the way down, and then it kind of goes off in a slightly to get down to the lowest level. There's another stairwell that kind of. Again, this shape isn't totally representative. It goes around again to get down to the bottom. It's just making it easier to see on the map.
Okay.
So this part is actually below this part.
Yeah. Great. I'm going to use my dash action to continue down the stairs to where it went. So I have another 40 feet of movement.
And you bear in on it fast. You get all the way up to it, and it's still kind of thrashing a little bit, pushing itself against the walls. But you catch up to it. You are within melee distance of it.
Okay. Can I without
Is that thunder?
I don't know.
Oh,
Just a truck.
It was spooky.
Okay, so I assume that it's not an action. I'm still holding it. Once I get up to it, I'm gonna go, "We know Niels Bogus!" and I'm gonna hold up the thing to it.
Okay.
And really try and get its attention.
It's not facing you, but you yell at it.
Great. Well, I mean, I can't. Can I? Is it an action to like just not attack it? But because I've already used my action for the
Yep.
dash, is it an action to like not tap it on the shoulder, but try and spin it around and be like.
That would be it.
Just
You'd have to grapple something to grab it and turn it around.
Then I just want to like put my hand on its shoulder as much, not the gross shoulder, the other shoulder, and just try and
You do so. It looks like it's still moving to move away from it.
Okay, shit. All right. I'm going to. Do I have? Is there a place where I can sort of tuck it in and have it visible?
At the top of your shirt, like just under your shirt collar.
Is there a tie on it or something? Or
There's like a little drawstring.
Okay, can I tie the drawstring then around, or is that gonna be an action?
Tying takes more time
Great.
than just.
I'm gonna put it in my mouth, so
Okay.
I'm just biting. So I'm just
Sure.
holding
your
it, so
mouth,
it's
yeah.
right there.
Sure.
Look at me! And I have both hands ready here.
Sounds
We're
very
shotgun
good.
hands.
You do so. Who's next?
Erland, it's Safira
All right,
and
Safira.
Orba.
Safira and Orba sort of waiting in the hallway. You hear this kind of chaos break out. The door slams open, the clicking creature makes the noise, and Erland and sort of Graven burst out, sort of following this creature through. So you saw it kind of dash in that direction,
Okay.
but Erland also hollered that it was headed for the stairwell.
I want to try to make it as fast as I can to this sort of area.
Okay.
I don't think I can make it all the way there.
15. So as you get out in here, just like Erland, you can catch just the back, it's sort of back disappearing behind the wall. You have a moment to fire if you wish.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
I heard it.
Safira kind of slides out of the hall, firing down to the stairwell.
Do you need glasses
That
again?
is a
very
9 to hit.
9 misses. So again, that's sort of trying
I
to
rolled
thread
a
the
2.
needle there, just between Erland and the creature, and it clicks off the wall. You do still have 10. You used 15 feet of movement, so you still have some movement.
Yeah, I think I want to try to close the distance a little bit more.
What's your total movement speed?
I don't remember. I think it's 35?
Bollocks.
30 feet.
30 feet.
So,
another 5, 10, 15.
Yeah, okay, that's
Okay,
fine.
great. Graven.
Okay. Oh, no, it's me.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
You're on the other side. Got
Yeah.
it.
So can I get to the staircase and get line of sight on this guy?
5, 10. Again, you sort of Orba immediately following Safira as she's out. He has partial cover, but he is visible.
Okay. I'm going to cast Charm Person.
Charm person. Okay.
Oh.
What kind of save?
So
is
that's
that?
a wisdom save, and you get advantage because we're technically in combat.
Got it.
Oh shit.
Um.
Technically, we're in combat.
Well, he's just running away.
Super in combat.
No, technically.
17.
That's safe.
They were both high.
Well, good for you. I'm gonna follow suit with
Orba sort of
Safira.
rushing out, sort of tries to focus her energy, but the creature has just disappeared. It's too far away to sort of get kind of a magic sort of grasp on its sort of brain as you attempt to manipulate it.
Great, I'll stay right behind Safira.
Okay. Two of you running down the stairs after it. All right, great.
And running, what do I have for 30 feet? Let's see how far that gets me after
10,
Erland.
15, 20, 25, 30
yeah.
gets you just not quite to the stairwell.
Yeah, then I'll do the other, I'll dash to
Okay.
get up behind Erland.
5, 10. You can kind of get past Safira
Yeah.
and Orba. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, you're basically all in a line.
Okay.
You're sort of following it down.
Alright.
Look at that.
Should I keep blowing?
Yes.
Blows again, and again the creature kind of rattling. And you can see it kind of doing its best to cover its head with kind of its big hands that it tries to put over its ears as it sort of lumbers down the hallway.
Poor guy.
Okay.
Alright.
The pods are next.
pods.
So this one resets. No longer resetting. And as Erland's sort of behind the creature, you see that distended sack on its shoulder do one of those like red pulses glows. And it just sounds like it kind of makes a vibrating noise. And Orba, who's in the back there, catches out of the side of her eye,
Oh my.
sort of with its little
no.
worm-like tendrils kind of
Oh, gross. It can
moving
hurt us.
ever so slightly. It's very slow. It only moves a little bit.
You guys.
But
We're
it
gonna
very-
convert. We
But
gotta
it
knock
very
this fucking thing out.
slowly, and these ones as well, not that you can see.
Oh my god.
You guys.
They're all convert. That would be so much damage if they all
This
convert.
is a problem.
This is a problem.
That is the pods.
That is a problem.
Okay, that's
Alright, the
that's
creature.
plan.
He's gonna start running. You have the option to attack.
I will.
Okay, make an attack.
Non-lethal.
Okay.
26.
That is.
I'm a little worried about attacking this
6
thing
bludgeoning
with
damage.
Bludgeoning damage. Great. Whack it
Worried
again.
if it doesn't go
And again, it sort of, when you hit it with a blunt object, it like recoils because it has that kind of like rubbery texture to its skin.
I was gonna say, can I try and aim my attack of opportunity for its bulbous shoulder?
Sure, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
you smack it and it kind of pulses a little bit and it has that
cool.
kind of rubbery texture, yeah. We'll say that you hit that, yeah. Great. Okay, so it's gonna start to move further down. So it's gonna go to sub 3.
No, there's going to be so many little balls.
Why do I do this to
Why do you
myself?
do you do this?
I don't know.
Why you do this?
Put it on
The
top of
chairs.
the. Give me your mug and then put it on top of this.
Or if you,
Yeah,
if
why
you
don't
wheel the
take
chair
care of what's
towards
got
you.
stuff in it. I'm just gonna scoot this over this way. Why do this? Okie dokie. Let's make room. So sub 3 again. So this one, as you come down the stairwell, and I'll actually do this.
Ooh.
Well, that sub looks spookier than the other subs.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
There we go. So he's coming down the stairwell, and Erland, you can kind of see this because you're looking over the railing and you're right behind it. It looks very much unfurnished or constructed in any way. It's just an open chamber that kind of has sort of a, there's like sort of rock walls. It looks like it's been dug into, excavated. And it's going to dash. And you hear as it runs a little bit of kind of wet footsteps. It sounds like there's maybe a little kind of basin of water at the bottom, like a muddy puddle at the bottom. And you hear it kind of step into the mud, and it sounds like it's kind of maybe covering itself in mud or like splashing in the kind of muddy water.
Covering its ears with fucking mud.
So you can't really tell. Okay, that's its turn.
Yeah.
Or
It's
just-
trying to stuff its ears, so it
Or
doesn't hear.
camouflaging itself. Cool.
Okay.
Erland, then Orba and Safira.
Great, I'm following it, so move me max 40.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Almost puts you all the way around.
So I...
Oh, you're not even on the right camera.
Yeah, I switched
sorry.
back, and now I'm switching back to
Got
here.
it.
Actually, can I ask you a question instead of moving there?
Yep.
This is a open, I was here, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is open, right?
Yeah, again, this shape is not, it curls back around. So yeah, it's open.
Instead
in
of
the center. it's
how many feet down is it?
open. 20 feet.
Great. Instead of moving 40, can I just hop the railing and jump down?
If you hop the rail, you will land in the muddy puddle center. This is where the center is, so this is right here.
Great. That's exactly what I want to do.
Jumps over the balcony. You land in the mud right next to it.
Does it seem like it's covered its ears in mud? Or?
So you land there and you look at the creature and it's taking these clumps of mud and like jamming it as far as it can
So
into
gross.
its ear. It's like taking its thumb and like twisting and trying to push itself in as much as it can to get its ears full of this mud.
Okay. Did I take any fall damage? Or?
I don't think you do.
I reduced damage by 20.
Oh, then yes.
Great.
you're done.
So then I would like to attack it.
Okay.
And I'd like to aim for its head and hands, so I'm trying to stop it from doing what it's doing.
Give me an attack roll.
9 to hit.
That misses.
Okay, I'm using a key point, and I'm using.
Hasn't taken any damage yet?
Yeah, it's been hit a couple
I've hit it a
times.
couple times. And I'm using
very much,
Flurry of
though.
Blows.
Great.
It's gonna make 5 damage.
So. 13 to hit?
13 hits. Roll for damage.
Sick. Okay.
Like
So that is.
We are a fan. Oh gosh.
That is 4 bludgeoning damage. And
Yep.
it needs to make a dex saving throw.
Okay. You also notice as you're fighting it that there are more pods down here. How much damage was that? Sorry.
4.
4 damage. Okay.
And it needs to make a dex saving throw.
Okay.
Or else everything explodes out of its ears.
18.
Fuck. It saves. So I'm attacking with my second punch,
Okay.
which is 22 to hit.
That hits.
Fuck me. 4 bludgeoning damage. And
Alright,
it needs to make another
another
dex
strike.
saving throw.
Natural 20.
Fuck me.
Oh.
God damn it. Okay. So that was that. Yeah, so all those were then still aimed at his head, trying to stop the
Right, yeah.
progress.
You knock its hands away a few times, but again, it's strong, you can tell, even with its sort of loose limbs, and it keeps trying to pack more sort of dirt and
Do I have its
mud.
attention at all? Does it see the fact that I'm biting this fucking thing, or?
Are you trying to, like, get that in its face?
That's like growling at it, biting down on it.
Give me a performance check.
Very strange performance.
9.
9, it doesn't see you.
Bastard.
It's sort of frenzy as it's moving its arms around it. It doesn't see what you're trying to do.
Okay, fuck. I am going to... Yeah, fuck it, bring it on. I'm gonna move... No, I want to keep it engaged and I want you guys to be able to shoot at it. I'm staying right there.
Okay, great.
Fucking bad idea. I'm staying right there. It's gonna be fine.
Okay, what's next?
Oh my god.
It's Safira and Orba.
Safira.
So go ahead, Safira.
Okay, I'm gonna run down the hall.
Okay. Map swap. Run down the hall. 5, 10, 15,
Oh, very
25,
clever.
30 puts you just around here. Map swap. She is over here.
Okay, I want to. Am I at the top of the stairs now?
Yeah, so you're just rounding the corner to the bottom level.
I want
you
to
can see down
go
that you
down
can fire
a little
an
bit
arrow.
farther.
You'd have
if I
to. You'd have
can.
to.
Oh, I can't.
You would have to dash.
Yeah, I don't want to dash. Okay, so I'm gonna stay where I am, and I'm going to.
You can fire an arrow there. You can see down the thing.
I'm
you're
gonna
just
take a
not.
second to cast Hunter's Mark on
Okay.
him, and then I'm going to fire. Sorry, I don't know how I feel about this non-lethal thing, guys.
You can't.
I mean,
I can't
No, you
do
need-
non-lethal,
you need it, yeah, you
but
can't
I
do
mean,
ranged.
I'm worried
In
that-
general.
Oh,
Not feeling
God. It's a 10 to hit.
10 misses. She casts the hunter's mark, but leaning over the railing, not the best shot, and it sticks into the mud right at its feet.
Okay. Great. I'm not doing anything else.
It doesn't
I'm
get
gonna hang out there.
disadvantage on
I just
anything
kind of
when
want
I'm blowing
to.
in fucking whistles.
I want to like make myself small so that someone can run past me. but,
Okay, yeah,
like,
they can get by you if you sort of make your level 50. Alright.
Quick question. I'm gonna survey my general surroundings. Is there any like bookshelf that I can like level down to block the doorway that first guy's coming at, or?
Give me an investigation check.
Okay. That's not gonna
Is there a
do
door?
it.
She's right here.
That's
I
a
need to
10.
Go back to wrong one. Other game. A 10.
Yeah.
You peer through that door, and it looks like it's like a dresser. So yes, but it looks
Big.
heavy.
But is there a door that I could just like
This door,
Yeah.
no, there was no door there because you were able to look down that hallway earlier. There was no
Okay,
door there.
got it. All right, Orba's going to take a sec and just slap herself on the chest and cast Dragon's Breath as a bonus action
Okay.
on herself. And I'm going to choose cold damage.
Okay.
So as a bonus action, I'm going to follow suit of Safira and follow down the stairs.
5, 10, 30.
And as
yeah,
she's,
you mean you get right behind.
as she's passing Graven, the booby things are coming, and I'm gonna look down the.
Boobies are coming.
Boobies are coming.
That doesn't sound so bad.
this is fine.
If
Moving on.
I look down, can I see the thing?
No, because you didn't have enough movement to get past Safira, and she was just at the edge there.
Okay. I will.
Yeah.
I will stay and hold my action.
Okay.
Is it an action to use the thing?
I need to start running.
Can use the action. I'm gonna hold my action, and if I see a thing, a little creepy crawler come down the stairs, I'm gonna blow on it. As long as Graven is not in
Expel
that vicinity.
the dragon's breath.
Yes.
Great.
As long as Graven is not in the vicinity.
Yeah, I'm resistant to cold.
Okay.
As long as Graven is not in the vicinity. You've taken 14 damage. Dude.
Graven comes around the corner.
Boobies!
Alright.
All right, Graven, you're up.
Can I get to his place with 30 feet of movement that I could see it?
Yes, so you can run 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. So you can push just past Safira. So again, you can look around the corner, kind of down, and see it.
And I will consciously kind of trail off. Seeing it, I'm seeing its back its ears too.
At this point, it has. It's like caked with mud. over
What I was gonna
its
say
ears.
is try to like consciously trail off the whistle to make it make it feel like it's blocked it out. Whereas if I really gave a toot,
Okay.
it might be
You can trail off with the whistle.
I'll
It
trail
doesn't
off with
seem
the
to
whistle.
react to that.
Great.
So you're now not currently blowing the whistle.
I'm not currently blowing the whistle, and I'll, because I have to somatically cast Guiding Bolt on it.
Great.
So that's as a ranged spell attack. Oh, dirty 20.
That hits.
There we go.
That is 4d6.
There we go. There we go. Light him
So
up.
much for questioning
oh, no.
this thing.
Ooh, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 radiant
Oh.
damage. And the next
Here we go.
attack against it has advantage because
Yes.
it
Great.
is glowing dim.
Sends out this searing radiant bolt, and it's almost like the bolt sticks into its sort of distended shoulder there, and it glows bright, like that sack that's sort of wobbling around. It's this bright glowing light that makes it very easy to identify from a distance. Great.
And I'm gonna hold off on the whistle for now.
Okay. Great. You also if blowing the whistle is an action, also to stop blowing the whistle or a bonus action is also a bonus action. You can't do
Okay.
both in the same turn. Yeah, it counts as great. Okay.
The bots.
All right.
Babies.
Little worm tendrils
Can't have
crawl
it.
it forward.
Oh god.
And they all
You
find
have to get
themselves
out of
within
there. You
range
have
of
to get out
Erland.
there. You have to get out of there. You have to get out of there.
Ooh.
And
Oh,
3 of them
no.
pop. Give me 3 dexterity saving throws there, Erland.
Oh my
3
god.
separate throws.
19. Or sorry, 24.
Let's do them one at a time. That passes. You take 3 acid damage.
Oh my
Guys.
god.
Give me another one.
Okay.
19.
You take 4 acid damage.
Oh my god.
It's okay. It's okay.
No.
11.
11. You take 4 acid damage again.
It's okay.
How are we doing?
So sort of showered from all directions with this acid. And the 3 of them are now
Jeez, your
also
little girl.
all
I thought they got within
reset.
5. I thought they could move 5 feet. Oh, but I guess
No,
they're
it's like
fucking
a 25
explosion.
puke.
No, it's 25 radius. You gotta get out of there.
Yes, I do.
So, and now they're kind of
And now he gets to attack.
Yes, he does.
Closing up. Okay.
We got Bullbark.
And you can't hear them necessarily.
You got an upgraded Bullbark.
It's true.
It's okay.
I hate that these guys are getting closer.
Oh, the
to
noise they make.
The
Yeah,
screeching
yeah.
against the thing. Yeah. Okay, so it's the mutant's turn. All right, so the creature now having kind of packed its ears full with this stuff, it seems almost for a moment like its features are distorted, but almost like a little bit of relief as it seems to have drowned out the noise of the whistle. And it looks around, kind of gets its bearing a little bit, and it looks straight up, and it reaches up, and its fingers
Get the fuck out of here.
extend up, and it wraps them around the railing of the floor above, and it pulls itself up onto the floor above.
What?
That's
Oh, so
honestly,
he's
honestly
like-
slightly better.
Okay.
You do have an attack of opportunity if you want.
I would love to.
As it's
Is it with advantage because of
Spring away.
Graven's thing?
the next attack is made with advantage, right?
Yeah.
That is an attack roll, yeah. So that would be with advantage.
Oh come on. Oh come on.
11 to hit?
That misses.
No!
So even with the glowing thing, Erland sort of just wiping the acid from his
Erland, you-
face
you
and off
loser.
of his tunic a little bit. He takes one quick
hit him
swing
3 times
with the nunchaku, but you're not able to get it as it springs up toward the floor above it.
Jesus. This,
And it, at the last you saw of it,
this thing's mean.
At least it didn't attack me.
it was
These
here.
poppers are the thing that's gonna.
I know they're awful.
Okay, and it has disappeared. As far you can hear kind of some noise up above.
Erland.
All right, who's up?
Then Safira
Erland?
Orba.
Yeah, it's me. I'm going to. I'm going to move. Those guys are recharging.
They
So
are.
I'm gonna move me 40 feet. He didn't leave his vine there, did he?
No, that was his
Yeah.
arm.
Great, you just start climbing.
Great. I'm gonna move 40 feet back up the stairwell. I'm gonna say,
10, 15, 20.
as I'm doing that, I'm just gonna remove the thing from my mouth and say, it swung its vines upwards.
You watch Erland
Yeah.
jump off, and now you see him running back up the stairs. So 40 feet gets you to basically where Orba is, and you still have an action.
Do I have a second to yell something?
In general, like,
Yeah,
to
I'm
them,
just
it's
gonna
okay.
I'm gonna yell, Goliath, can you heal me?
Yes.
Great. Then I'm gonna move.
Wow,
Then I'm gonna move.
enthusiasm.
Continue to move 40 feet
Okay.
up the stairs.
Not if it's 40 feet
From
away.
afar.
You did not
Oh,
specify.
no, I don't want to. I want to go away from that fucking thing if possible.
You cannot if you're continuing up the stairs.
Oh, I thought this was a doorway here. Is it not? That's where I ran down.
Oh yeah, you can go through there. Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So you see it crawling down
And
the
I'm
stairs
like,
there.
nope, and I want to walk.
Turn this way. I mean, you see these ones coming around the corner as well. So
Oh.
you went 5, 10, 30, 35, 40 would
Oh
put you
no,
right
I don't
next
want to
to
do
it,
that
so.
at all. Then let
Okay,
me
you're
just.
at the top of the thing. Ready to get that one? Yeah.
What are we gonna do?
And give me a perception check as well.
We gotta give up.
18.
18. You see the creature. It looks like it's running as fast as it can further up, like to the upper.
Narva's got that crazy mobility though.
Okay.
I need you to give me some. What are you doing?
Yeah,
here?
no, I'm gonna. How many feet have I moved?
Another 20. So you have 20 feet left.
20 feet left. I'm gonna retreat back down towards the stairs.
Okay. So you can get to Orba basically. So you're all kind of crowded here.
Great. And I'm gonna sort of say, there's a lot of those orb things, and I'm not doing well.
Okay.
All right, Safira
Safira.
and Orba.
Okay, I'm gonna follow Erland and run up the stairs. Just
Okay,
kind
you run past Orba and Erland, up to the top, and now you see what he saw. There is one clearly blocking the staircase heading further up, and then there's another hallway this way.
Okay, I'm gonna take the hallway that way.
Alright, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And as soon as you kind of move through this doorway, you can see that one's coming around the corner. You could get by it with a dash action, but if you
Okay.
just move, you'll end right next to it.
I would like to try to. I'm gonna dash.
Okay. Another 5. You had 5 more, and then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 takes you there. You can see you're at that kind of crossroads. You have 5 feet of movement, and you can see another one of those orbs in the next room over.
Okay. I guess that's it. That's all I'm gonna
Okay.
I can still get you from there.
do. I can still. Yeah, I know. But what am I
Around,
gonna
like, we
do?
move back behind the corner, can't
I guess. Can I try? Can I move back behind the corner?
Like
Do I have
here?
Movement. Yeah.
We can say instead of going there, you went to hear it. So you saw one, saw the other, and you kind of ducked back into the corner to kind of try and get as far out of the way as you can.
Okay.
Okay. Orba.
Yeah, Orba's going to peek her head out past Erland.
Okay. So you get up to here.
Now, is that little guy close enough? 15 feet?
Yeah.
The one on the stairwell
Yeah.
is within 15 feet of you, yes.
How many feet did I just move?
5 or 10 to get past Erland. 5 would get 10.
All right, yeah, Orba's just gonna take a deep breath and like this frost
Okay.
like covers her lips and then slowly just kind of covers everything and touches.
Is it a attack roll or save?
You have to make a dexterity saving throw.
It fails.
Okay, great. So
It automatically fails
3d6.
dexterity save.
Not dexterous. These little blobs. The boobies cannot move.
6 cold damage.
6 cold damage. The cold energy goes out, and you can see it kind of crackling over the rubbery surface of these creatures. It doesn't look like it's sort of disintegrating the creature, but it kind of wilts a little bit, and you get the sense that it's kind of going into a period of sort of resetting itself as you sort of breathe the cold
Interesting.
energy out. As it kind of like, you can see it kind of struggling to kind of unfreeze itself.
How often can you do that?
Yeah, a turn. And she's just going to Graven cold. And that's it.
You've only used 10 feet of movement. Do you want to move?
Yeah, I'm gonna move back between Graven
have
and
a slider
Erland.
forward?
Okay.
I'm gonna be a good wizard. A very good wizard.
Very good wizard.
And then, yeah, I think that's it. That's all I can do.
Okay.
It is Graven.
Graven.
Oh, seriously, already?
Oh, and I'm concentrating. If you want to give me a little token.
Sure.
Well, Monk asked for me.
Oh wait.
I'm sorry, has anyone else hit this thing?
I'm gonna actually.
I did. Oh, you did.
I'm gonna use a bonus action, and I'm gonna touch Graven and put Dragon's Breath onto him. Actually. So you now have Dragon's Breath cold damage.
Yep.
Okay.
Because I have other stuff.
So she touches Graven's chest, and you feel that kind of. Immediately, you exhale, and it's like frost on your lips, kind of.
I'll go over to Erland.
Okay. 5, 10 puts you next to Erland. You're kind of
Been
crammed
working
in this stairwell.
so hard for the team.
You're welcome.
Graven goes by and he's like, "Oh, you're too far."
I'm gonna be really nice and use a second level Cure Wounds. Which
Cozy.
is 2d8.
Wow.
Plus 4.
Oh, good for warm and cozy.
No, wait, ability modifier, which is
Wrap me in your
3.
healing word.
5, 6, 11, 12, 13, 14 HP.
14 points of healing. Healing energy. He like grabs Erland by the tunic and like almost roughly like forces the healing magic through his palm and pushes him back.
And the rest of my...
So 5, 10, 15 takes you back up here.
Good man.
So now you can see that creature that one, like Orba sort of described, is sort of crackling a little bit from the cold.
Does another 15 get me over to where those other two are?
5, 10, 15 would put you very close. Yep.
And can I... Is it bonus action to spray that stuff that way?
No, it's an action to cast it.
No, then I can't
do that.
Did you not want to go there then, or do you want to stay there?
I'll stay a little back from there then, yeah.
Oh, you'll stay back from there. Okay, great. So you're here.
Between...
5, 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, if those exploded right now, would it hit me?
If they come around the corner, it would, yeah.
I'll back up again.
It still might, I think.
Graven's like, no.
That one might reach you anyway, but the second one probably wouldn't.
Okay. Alright, that's it.
Okay, great.
Where is it?
So, again, you hear that kind of tendrils, one at a time, moving themselves across. That one is too recently done. These ones regain their...
They're like orb spiders.
No, they're not spiders. That's not a spider.
It's not a spider.
That's a
It's a
mutation.
nasty egg.
Yeah, it's an egg with legs.
Don't
Come
insult
back to here.
spiders that way. I
This
love
one is
spiders.
gonna pull itself almost out into the stairwell and then... and he grabs you, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Also, spiders are dexterous, so if it were a spider, it would have
Alright, a natural 1.
6 acid
Oh
damage.
my god,
And this one-
Raven!
You heal
Pulls
yourself.
itself
If
forward.
you
You're gonna have
go
to.
down, we're so...
6.
Do you have a healing point?
That one doesn't quite see Safira
Yeah.
tucked around the corner.
That's also an action.
And that is it for them.
Alright, it's the plant man.
Okay, I mean, you can't see him, he moves about.
He doesn't...
Yep.
Erland.
Plant thing.
Doesn't do anything that you can tell.
Alrighty. Taking that sort of newfound energy, I'm gonna start sprinting up the stairs. Seeing that one's wilted,
Yep.
I'm gonna kind of go around that way and start winding up.
Okay, so that was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's gonna take you
Oh, up to that terrible place where there's more of them.
up to the next level. So you're coming up.
Huh.
Am I on that one? Nope. There we go. It's a little dark over there.
Huh.
There's
The last we saw of it, it did go this way, right?
No, it was going up.
Oh, all the way.
Yep, so, yeah.
Oh my god.
So Erland's coming around. Yeah, so you're coming around this way. So this one, you kind of get up and you can see one kind of right in front of you, 10 feet.
Do I-
There's a door to your right, but it is kind of past the...
Do I hear it where it's been running? I know it was making
Give
a lot
me
of noise.
perception check.
17.
17. You give a quick listen as you have a moment to take a breath here, and it kind of sounds like the creature might be coming from this quadrant over here.
So I would have to wait. So up is this way, and then I would have to go like.
You'd have to. You could either go through this door because you've explored
Yeah,
this
yeah.
area. You could either go through this door and then through here, or you could go through this and go through here, or you can go past this one and into here. There's a number of options.
I am going to try to.
Dynamic.
And I
lighting.
could, and it sounded like it was coming from this area-ish.
One room over here somewhere.
Great, and remind me, there is a door. It's still to the glare. There's a door here, yeah.
This is just a hallway.
Oh, hallway. Great.
Do it for a minute.
I'm going to try and jump over this thing. How much
Okay.
movement do I have left here?
I
I use 40.
Yeah, so I think you have a full. If you dash, you have a full 40 left.
Okay, great. I'm going to do that. I'm going to try and get over it first and see where we're at there.
Okay, I'll say you're running up the stairs trying to jump over it. It's I'm not saying you couldn't, but it would be a more difficult jump because you were going up.
Yeah. Okay, then in that case, I'm going to run into this room.
Okay, great.
We're going to go into this room.
Push through the door. You see another one that's in there.
Great. That one will be a little bit of an E. Is that one? No, that's not with the shelves, right? That's a different room.
No, that was this room.
Great. I'm going to try and jump over that one then.
Yeah, so you can either go through here, which doesn't...
Oh, great. Oh, then
yeah.
let me go through there.
Great, so that was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 puts you into this little intermediary room.
So this guy's, just so I'm clear, this guy's around a corner from me now.
Now he's around a corner from you.
So he couldn't get at me, it seems like.
Yep.
Right, but like,
At the moment,
yeah,
yep.
and So then there's one in front of me.
Yep.
Do I hear if the sound is coming from up here?
You gave a listen already.
And it seems like it's up there?
It's in this somewhere.
Okay.
You can't do multiple
I
scenes
see, I
in one
see.
turn.
Okay, I need to get the fuck away from that thing. I have 10 feet of movement.
Yep.
Please get out of that, please.
Can
That
I get
looks
like up here? How far is 10
10
feet?
would put you like next to it, basically, unless you stay in this room. Because this is 5, 10.
Is that a door right in front of me?
It's open. You left it open when you last passed through.
Closing the door.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
And we're hanging out right there.
Okay. All
Safira?
right. Safira.
Oh god. Okay, so I am going to try to run up.
Sorry, there's not a door to my right. Like, this guy's in a separate hallway,
Yeah.
right? I
it's
just can't see the map.
Yep.
I'm gonna try to get to near where Erland. She's like following behind Erland as much as she can, as she's like.
Safira?
Yeah.
I mean, sure. He went up the stairs.
I know. So seeing him go up the stairs, I'm gonna try to follow him. Up
Okay.
if I
You have to
can.
run by somebody. Which way do you want to go?
I want to try. I'm gonna. Yeah, that's okay. I want to try to go by this guy.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 30. So I need you to give me an acrobatics check as you attempt to get past.
Can you befriend them?
Can I
Acrobatics.
Yep.
miking it out of my head?
8. Great. You try to jump over it, and as you do, your foot kind of just catches on the rubber a little bit, and
Poison pops.
I need you to give me a dexterity saving
I
throw.
had that thought.
Yeah.
He has to drink it, though.
Oh my god. Okay, 8.
8. You
Wow,
take 9
really?
acid damage.
Jesus.
As it sort of burns up your back as you try to jump over it.
Well, I mean, I wasn't full health.
So that was 15 feet of movement.
He's got that job that doesn't shine.
I'm gonna try. Did that one still deflating?
This one, yeah. This one also is, remember, on the lower level. Like, if you go out this door, you can go up the stairs without.
Okay, then I would
past
like to do
one.
that. I
Great.
would like
So
to do that. Yeah.
20, 25, 30, and you're dashing.
Yes.
5, 10 puts you up here. 10. So you get basically face to face with the one Erland just saw, and on your door is an opening. You have 10 feet of movement left.
On your right is an open
On the right is an open door.
Can I
Yep.
try to go through the open door
Yep.
on my right?
5, 10. So you run in here. It's not up against you, but you see another one.
Okay. I can't get away from it, can I?
I mean, you've used a dash.
That's
You've
what I
used all
mean.
your
It's like
movement,
there's nothing I can do. Okay, I'm stuck there.
yeah. Okay.
Cool.
All right.
Alright, it's Orba, so
This is
she's
how
gonna
you feel
peek
right
out from
now.
behind Graven.
Okay. Kind of come up here, peek out from behind Graven.
Yep, and she's gonna see the little guys below. Those are below, correct?
These are no, because you're on the lower level from here. These
Right.
are you can go through this area. So these are right next, almost next to Graven.
But if Graven wants to go up the stairs, those guys are not in the way.
Yes, if Graven's
They're
going up
not
the
a
stairs, he
threat.
goes this way.
Right,
See what I'm
okay.
saying? Yeah.
Yeah, Orba's just gonna cast Ray of Frost at the one closest to Erland. Okay, where's a d20 on this thing? That's an 8. 17 to
That
hit.
hits.
Alright, d8.
And is it cold damage?
It is cold
Great.
damage. 4, and then its movement speed is also halved, if that matters.
It now moves 2.5 feet.
Okay. You only used 5 feet of movement thus far.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna follow those guys. I wanna just take my time. I don't wanna use like max distance right away
Okay.
because people keep running into these things.
10, 15, 20, 25.
Does that put me? Can I see what's up?
Yeah, so another 5 feet, and you're almost getting close to this one that's at the top of the stairs here, or that.
Okay.
Like if you go up 5 more, you'll be here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go 5 feet.
Okay. So you're not up next to it, but you're close to it.
Yeah, and then Orba's gonna make some noise at it, just like ah, like try to be the loudest thing in the room.
Make a performance check.
Okay.
It's gonna fucking pop.
That's just
Performance 10.
10. Ah, make as loud a noise as you can. It pops.
You're safe, right?
I'm behind a door.
Okay.
It's only gonna hit Orba. Here, give me a
Yeah. Dexterity save.
Orba.
Oh, that's a 19.
You
go.
take 2 acid damage.
Okay.
And
Gotta pop some of these guys intentionally, I think. Alright, that's me, and now it's Graven.
Okay, Graven.
Running up the stairs.
I know. Might have been.
Does anyone know where it is?
Do I hear him?
30 puts you again right with Orba. Okay, I'm gonna swap
No,
a
we
couple of
don't.
these now that we've moved up a little bit.
He's just gonna fucking vine his way back down this stupid staircase.
Yeah, he
can-
is,
I can
and
try
he's
to
gonna.
hold
We're
her
gonna be the
somewhere, yeah.
fools.
Let me just switch that.
What's
So not
what's
ready.
the?
Then we
Motion
just
sick?
then we just
Wisdom.
We gotta
leave.
change our strategy.
Bring like a hotel bucket of ice and start pouring them on all the.
Oh my god.
a hotel bucket of ice.
Okay, I'm gonna swap
So-
these since we're mostly all up here at the moment.
Oh my gosh. Can I?
I think I've got it.
Yeah?
When it's just 2, it's okay. The third one is
Okay.
We're not going back down there.
So I used full movement.
No.
I haven't. 30 puts you just at the up onto this upper level now. Yep.
So do I hear Graven?
You can hear him. Sure. His
I'm
footsteps.
gonna. I'll pull the bag out of my mouth for a second, and this guy is around the corner from me. Yeah.
Like behind and around the corner. Yeah.
Great. This is actually good. I'm gonna yell as loud as I can. He's somewhere over in this direction. I'm gonna keep yelling until I can
You
maybe
can
make
hear
him
Erland
go.
over in that general area.
Can I? I want to yell as loud and long as possible. I know it's
Okay.
not quite to hopefully make him blow up.
I'll if I dash, can I get to where he is?
To where Erland is?
Yeah. Another 30.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30 puts you just almost up to Erland there.
Okay. And I can't tell which. This one just exploded.
Mm-hmm. The one with the ring is
This
dormant.
one, if it were to move and explode, it would be behind me.
So you've seen them be able to move a little bit. So if
Yeah.
it moved a little bit, it would then be able to hit you.
Okay.
Cover me.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna wait there with Erland for my next turn.
Great. The pods.
Pods, yeah.
All right, this one's gonna squeak its way forward, and you can hear kind of on the other side of the door a little bit of those tendrils, and then this one's gonna squeak its way forward.
Yeah.
I need Safira and Graven to make dexterity.
Come on, Safira.
You
Oh, shit.
bitch. Little bitch.
That's not how you talk to your
Little
dice.
bitch. Oh, yes it is.
The dice.
Oh,
the
it
dice
likes
likes it.
22.
7-3 acid damage.
Gravy.
Once again, the room kind of coated in this spray of acid. And that one is now.
Wow, I'm in the teens.
That one just exploded recently, but this one is now reset as is this
No, we
one.
haven't even gotten to this
even
fucking
gotten
thing,
this
really.
guy.
I've hit him
Yeah.
a few
You've hit him a
times.
bunch of times. You've hit him 3 or 4 times.
Like, let's forget people off the ground.
Okay.
Fine, man.
And then this one is gonna squeak its way out. 1 to the 4 there. Okay.
Plant man.
The plant man. So, give me perception checks, Graven and Erland.
16.
I think that's an 8.
11. It was like.
It was a little bit.
Erland gives a good listen after the sort of slowing stops of the things moving along the floor in kind of their slimy slug-like fashion. You give a good listen and you can hear some sound that sounds like it might be coming from this room on the end, and you hear kind of a
Someone's making a roll.
Oh my god.
recurring kind of
like a
regurgitation
hairball.
noise. And that is its turn.
Great. I'm going to, before I open the door, just scream as loud as I can.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I hear it pop?
You do not. It seems that you've, as far as you can tell, like, they're definitely not intelligent, but they can detect when they're able to sort of reach
Okay.
you, yeah.
Great. Then, is it a push door or like a...
You pulled it shut, so it would be a push, yep.
Okay, I want to... I want to push... Is there a way for me to, like, tuck myself behind the... Is there any way for me to, like, hide around a corner?
Pretty narrow. You could whip the door open, it would probably hit the thing on the other side.
Great,
And you'd
so
be partially covered.
Great, so I want to do that. I want to
Okay.
kind of swing it open and...
And you can hear the door kind of connect with this slimy liquid. Give me a dexterity saving throw with advantage. And Graven as well with advantage. So the door kind of smushed it on the other side.
13.
13.
That should still be okay.
This
That
one's
one is
cocked.
cocked.
No. Oh my god.
10
6
again.
acid, 3 acid damage.
Are you okay?
As another kind of torrent of acid comes hurtling through the door, you can see the acid kind of eating away at the wooden frame of the door, so part of the door kind of gets loose.
Okay, then let's get... while it's recovering, let's run down this hallway.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You get to the door. It's already open. It looks like the creature pushed it open. You can see the creature in there. It's still Hunter's Mark. How long does Hunter's Mark last? It lasts a while. That's like an hour.
It lasts about an hour, I think. Hunter's Mark, yeah. Yes, 1 hour.
Although I do need both you and Orba, now that I'm thinking of it, to give me a concentration saving throw.
Oh,
Because you both
shit,
take
yeah.
damage.
Fuck, I forgot, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Oh, fuck.
concentration. Okay.
Sorry, remind me what
It's
I do.
10 or half the damage. It's going to be 10 because the damage wasn't that high.
Oh, it's 9.
9, then you lose your concentration.
I don't have it
Oh, it
Dragon
should be on, I
Breath.
think, the spell. Is concentration saving on the
Constitution's
spell?
on.
Constitution saving throw.
Oh, it's a constitution.
Constitution. Oh, okay.
Constitution.
21.
21, sorry. So you maintain concentration on your Hunter's Mark. Alright, so you burst open, you see the creature, and it looks like it has just regurgitated another pod onto the ground there.
Oh, it's right in front of me?
It, like, yeah, regurgitated the pod right in front of you there at the... There isn't that much room in here.
That's bad.
Oh my god.
That's very bad.
How do you get around that?
There's no way around that pod. It's not like recovering or anything.
Oh, it's definitely
right?
not recovering. Nope, it's a fresh pod.
Okay. I'm going to... Is that a door right behind me?
Yep.
I'm going to step into that room. I'm going to open the door first.
Sure. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 puts you into that room there.
And then close the door.
Okay.
You just close yourself in a closet?
Yep. And do I have 5 more feet back there?
Yep.
And I'm gonna go right there.
Okay.
And
God.
actually, was it paying attention when I opened the door?
I mean, it had just kind of
Okay, then
vomited.
never mind
The
then.
creature's paying attention is minimal
Yeah.
at best. Like,
Great, great.
It's not super sentient.
Great.
Sick.
Then I am.
It's more creature than man.
I'm staying there. And actually, no. I'm going to. That's still just movement. Yeah, I'm going to ready an action for anything opening that door.
Okay, great.
I would have to stay within.
You would, in order to melee attack, you'd have
Great.
to
So then I'm going to stay
within
there. And I'm going to ready a nunchaku attack. On
Okay, great. All right,
Great.
Safira or
Safira.
Orba.
Okay.
So all of these pods that you can see and that have heard are all currently sort of reforming
Right.
themselves.
So I can see the creature, right? Can I?
No, this is through a hall and another. The actual beast.
I can't
Yeah,
see it.
you have to go through where Graven is.
I'm
and
gonna
out the hallway.
try to go through where Graven is.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 puts you there.
Yeah.
Still gotta get around the corner.
Okay, let me. I'm gonna just try to risk it to get around the corner. If I get around the corner, am I too close to this thing to be able to fire without disadvantage?
Yes, you can't. You need to dash to now to get there, so you don't have
I
action
can't have
to
an action,
fire.
okay.
Yeah. That's your 30 feet of movement there. So to move more from there is a dash action.
God. Okay.
You can ready an action.
I would like to stay where I am and ready an act. Wait, hang on. This guy behind me is reloading.
He's
right?
recharging. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna ready an action for if I see this guy come anywhere near me, and I'm just gonna stay where I am.
Specifically the mutant, not the pod.
Specifically
Yep.
the mutant,
Okay.
not the pods.
Great. Okay. Stands in the middle of the hall.
I don't seem to be able to do it.
Ready action. It's tough because we're in corners.
Yeah, it's
Okay. Orba.
Okay,
Easy
do
would
I
be
have
useful.
do I have vision on the not procced one up above?
Yeah, it's kind of up a little bit, but you can see it there because it's this open sort of stairwell.
Do I have full vision of it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just
There's a
cast-
railing, but it's not like a wall.
Okay, yeah, Orba's gonna like lean out over the railing and just cast a ray of frost right at
An
it.
attack roll.
9.
Misses.
Come on!
The frost kind of hits the ceiling there.
Yep. Okay, and then I'm gonna hold my position.
Okay.
Alright, it's
All right.
Graven.
Graven.
Reach into my bag, pop a healing potion,
Okay.
and chug it.
Go ahead. 2d4 plus 2,
2d4
standard
plus
healing
2.
potion?
Yeah, standard. Well, it was actually a very tasty healing potion, number 5.
Oh. What did number 5 taste like?
I think it was the one that I
Is it the
had.
coffee one?
No, I think it was the one that I had gotten. 5 plus 2 is 7. It's not nothing. It's close to nothing.
Graven sort of, again, there's like steam rising up. You look down as you're drinking, and the armor right by this point is like deteriorating. Like it's still holding up, but it's not a shiny new set of armor like it was a moment ago.
And that's an action to do that. get myself over to this area.
10, 15 puts you right behind. And as soon as you get there, you can see Safira has her bow drawn, like ready to go.
Okay, I can. Well, I'll take that clue that it's down that way, and I'll take another couple steps this
20,
way.
25 would put you in that little room.
Yeah, and I'll wait there for now.
All right, the pods. This one kind of slithers its way out, and Erland has the door closed, but it can see Safira, and she's 10 feet away.
No, come on.
Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Come on, little thing. No. 12.
You take 3 acid damage, and you sort of maintain your kind of concentration there on the bow as you sort of have the acid sprayed. So that one is. Oh shit! These 3 have recharged.
Oh
boy! They can't move
get out
on the
of
same
there,
turn that
Orba.
they've recharged,
Bad.
and then this one is slowly making its way down the stairwell.
Where
there.
can you go? That's not there.
And in fact, you can kind of hear behind you a little bit of creeping up the stairs as well. You can't see them yet, but...
Oh my god.
Can I self-immolate in coal, please? The plant man.
The pods are done. Okay. This creature, after regurgitating it, bangs a couple times against the wall, sort of scrapes off a little dirt from its ears just to kind of get its bearings, and it's going to start running. Bursts out into the hallway. Safira, you may take your held action.
Yes. Okay.
Please hit him.
Please. Okay, 14 to hit.
14 hits.
Hey.
You have Hunter's Mark and Colossus.
Yes, I do.
Kill it.
Yeah, at this point I don't care.
Oh my.
That was a 1.
Okay.
How much is that?
4. And I get another. Oh wait, that's not what I roll. I roll this.
Is that 2 1s?
That's 5.
And then no, you get one. You get Colossus. You get
Colossus.
Colossus.
Oh, yeah.
We're at 5 right
yeah.
now?
Yeah.
We're at 5.
Okay.
Oh, good. Okay, 8. So
13 total.
13 total.
total.
Sorry. Yes.
Great.
Alright, that was good.
Fires the arrow, and you can tell just because the acid's kind of in your eyes a little bit. You don't get the best shot, but the hunter's mark, the sort of glow that you sort of have around the creature, guides your arrow enough to kind of stick it in. And as it's hurtling towards you, it kind of wobbles a little bit, and you can see that it's turned into kind of an aggressive limp as it's moving down. You can tell that it's sort of hurt, and the sack on its shoulder has started to deflate a little bit, and it's kind of oozing pus off of its shoulder and down onto the hallway. It's barreling through the hall here. As it runs past you, it kind of gives you a massive shove with its oozing shoulder. I need you to make a contested athletics check against it here.
Oh my god.
13, 10. It pushes past you with the oozing shoulder. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw now.
What? Is it?
18.
18, okay, you want to take half. You take 5 necrotic damage as the
holy shit.
oozy pus kind of gets onto you, and you can feel it eating away at your skin, and you're
ow.
sort of wiping it off as fast as you can. It pushes by you.
Is there enough? Am I close enough for an opportunity attack here?
You can heal a bunch?
Yes.
Actually, no, what did I do? I took it. I drank it.
Natural 1.
Natural one. Not able to get it. So it was an action to use that shove thing, so it can't dash. So it gets basically right to the edge of the stairwell.
No!
So Orba sees Pod up on her left, Pod coming up the stairs, and then the creature kind of comes out screaming, and it echoes down the hall, so it goes all the way up and all the way down to all of the levels. That's it. That's its turn.
I have 1 healing potion.
Erland.
Okay, Erland.
All right, hearing the kerfuffle, I'm gonna open the door. You guys okay?
And close the door again.
Is there a bed in that room? I'll take a long rest. I'm going to move towards it. How many feet is that?
10, 15, 20 puts you in melee.
Great. So I'm gonna do. I'm going to try and hit it with my nunchuck.
Great.
10 to hit.
That misses.
All right. Key point for flurry of blows. That is 17 to
That
hit.
hits. Roll for damage.
Non-lethal, please.
Okay.
5 bludgeoning damage.
Bludgeoning, alright.
Give me a dexterity saving throw,
Seriously, I
please.
need a Constitution saving throw from you. as more of the pus oozes out on the strike.
Constitution save.
Yep.
7?
7. You take 8 necrotic
Holy
damage.
shit.
As you punch into the creature, and you don't even hit the sack, you hit it kind of at the side, but it immediately like oozes at the seams, almost like it's coming apart a little bit, and it leaks out onto your hand. You can feel the burn. And dexterity saving throw?
Yeah, please.
That is a 13.
If it's the same, it saves, right?
Yes.
God damn.
Was that a flurry of blows? So this is the other one?
Yes.
Okay.
15 to hit.
15 hits.
Non-lethally. Awful rolls. 4 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Constitution saving, please. Sorry, dex saving throw, please.
Saving throw. 11.
Oh, thank God. Okay, it is, so I am going to use Vine Trip. So instead of knocking it over, vines come out. I'm
There
going
we
to wrap
go.
them up.
I need you to give me one more Constitution saving throw. Another physical strike on that second.
Oh.
8 necrotic damage.
Did you go down?
No, I'm close.
Holy God.
So Erland with his last he holds it as tight as he can, is sort of between his fingers reaching out and the vines wrap around it. You hold it in tight position as best you can, sort of acid dripping down your face and blood pouring out your nose there at the edge of the staircase.
It is restrained.
Restrained, alright.
Oh my god. So movement 0.
Yep.
And it needs to use an action to get out of it.
Yep.
There's so many rings.
Yeah.
And I have 20 feet of movement, but I have to stay within 15 feet, so I'm going to go 15 feet towards Graven.
It does still get an opportunity attack if you move out of 5 feet. It will be with disadvantage because it's restrained, but it would get an opportunity attack.
I haven't used a reaction this turn. Yeah, those fuckers are all gonna blow and kill me anyways. So yes, I have to retreat 15
Okay,
feet.
15 feet. So it's going to make
Towards
an opportunity attack with disadvantage. You're going to retreat
15 feet.
5, 10. So you get right behind
And
Graven.
I'm just kind of holding
You're
the
like
vine
behind Graven.
with one hand,
Yep.
nunchaku.
And also, while I'm about to make the opportunity attack, I need Safira to make another concentration saving throw because you got hit by that other one.
It's just your constitution.
Constitution 10 or higher.
Okay, that fails.
Fail, so it loses the hunter's mark.
Okay.
Still restrained. And now it's going to make a disadvantage attack.
I've
against
been
Erland.
rolling so abysmally.
Oh, before you do that, actually, let me just move this up 2 and do my Constitution save because that might impact whether or not I can do a.
Oh, holy shit.
Goes up again. Erland can feel the sort of pulsing energy through him, the
Everything that
sepsis
could go
energy.
wrong.
All right, how do we do there? What do you roll?
I stopped. So 13 to hit.
It misses.
It misses. So as it's kind of trying to get itself free of the vines, one limb gets free just enough to take kind of a feeble swipe, but Erland ducks out of the way
So I'm
and then gets behind Graven there.
trying to get it off my face, and that's my turn.
Okay.
He's close.
Safira.
Safira.
Okay, I'm gonna turn around and take another shot at him.
This is going to be with advantage. I believe range attacks are also with advantage. Hold on, before you roll that 1 second. I have it up here. All attack rolls have advantage. Yep.
Is that...
That's fine.
Is this 14 to hit.
14 to hit.
You're gonna fucking kill it.
As you take the
I'm
shot,
sorry, guys. This thing
it's
is
going to
die.
use its reaction. While it's sort of curled up in the vines, you see one arm go up, and unlike you've seen Erland do, a wall of bark goes up.
God.
No one's ever gotten right on the edge enough to use that, and the arrow ricochets off of it as it sort of just gets its arm enough.
Oh, you're in trouble.
Fucking, we're gonna kill it right now. Here we go.
No, you're
You got
gonna.
movement or whatever you
And
want to do.
Safira's just gonna say,
Nope.
kill it! Kill the thing! Kill it!
Okay. Anything else? Any movement or anything?
No, just
Okay.
kill it!
I mean, nobody
There's
can
a
do
door
physical-
behind you.
Yeah, I know, but that thing is recharging. I'm in a good position right now.
No, it's.
Orba.
I think I'm
Yeah.
fine. I don't
Okay,
think if I move,
I
I don't think there's anywhere else I can move that's
Oh, is
strategic.
mine dead too?
No, I got it. All right, so I'm just assessing really
No,
quickly
because
here.
I don't want to keep.
How far apart is this boob
This
and
one's
this
in.
boob?
This one's in
I'm
here.
nervous too.
Oh,
but I
okay,
don't know
so
what to
there's
do.
There's a wall there, or like an opening.
He's right in the doorway.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and is this guy within melee range of me? This closest one?
No, he's 10 feet. So there's a 5-foot gap between the two of you.
Okay, and I hear things coming from behind me, so Orba's going to look at that closest one to her, and she's gonna cast Ice Knife.
Okay. This one is also not within that, if that's what you're hoping.
That is what I was hoping.
There's a wall between those two.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah, before you...
No, that's okay. Thank you for telling me that. I'm going to keep that attack roll because I'm going to cast Ray of Frost at it instead. That's a 13 to hit?
That hits, yep.
Okay. D8. 6 damage.
Okay.
And again, movement.
Yep.
And then... Oh god, Safira's right there too. Shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have moved, guys. I didn't think at the time that there was anywhere I could go. Now, in retrospect.
Safira was very incensed. She didn't want to go anywhere.
Sorry.
Okay, and then...
I was so shocked by the bull bark. I'm so mad. I was like,
Orba's gonna, like, do a roll over that guy.
Okay.
Leaving me with how much movement?
15 puts you there.
Yeah. Safira's right there. Shit.
Just hit me. Just kill us.
No. I can't do anything else. I was gonna proc it, but you're right there, which kind of just defeats the purpose of me helping.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. Well, would this thing theoretically hit these guys right now?
Which one?
This guy.
This guy here?
Yes, hit these guys.
Safira's around the corner. Graven would get hit by the spray of this one.
That's
you
it.
also can't target that one. There's a wall. Again, there's a wall here.
Right,
You're in
but
the
I guess I
stairwell.
can't scream or anything loud enough. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I'll hold.
The scream trigger, you've noticed, I mean, it worked a couple times because you were, like, right up next to it. Yeah, it doesn't, just yelling or making noise doesn't set them off randomly.
Yeah, alright, I'll
just
hold.
yelled, kill it right now.
Okay. Alright, Graven.
Bring in a little bit of the
Opens the door, walks out.
I'm gonna like bring some of that light that I found earlier for the guiding bolt and just around the corner and try to get it with another guiding bolt.
Okay, with advantage. It's restrained.
Come on, baby.
A 1 and a 2. I'm gonna use this.
Okay.
To go with
Graven
that.
in the moment, sort of
1 and a 2.
breathing heavy, isn't able to find it, and he takes sort of a second surge. And again takes another strike.
Now, this one's not an advantage, is it? Is it third? Oh, can I even use this on an advantage?
Yeah, you can. You would be able to re-roll one of the die. So
Okay.
yeah, you don't
So
get.
I get a
you don't get it
single
with
die.
advantage. You just get a new third die.
22.
As Graven focuses, for the first time in a long time, you feel that warmth and heat in your chest, and you hear a voice, "Kill it!" And Graven, why don't you show us how
Oh my god!
with your brand new
Yeah, hearing and feeling Kuzni's power come from his chest, he makes this shape of this like diamonds of light, and he just throws it out at this thing's chest and head,
and restrained by Erland's vines, you see the creature just start to burst at the seams, those seams where the ooze was leaking out, filled with radiant energy, and it just almost disintegrates. The creature, its chest kind of goes out, and it kind of falls to the ground in a terrible
What
heap.
happens to the blobs?
yeah.
And that is where we will
No! What happens to the blobs?
as you see the creature start to crumble, the pods begin to kind of,
Yeah.
Ugh.
Good night,
thank
blobs.
and that is where we will
Thank you.
end.
What were we all at?
For this
I was at
evening.
11 hit points.
Okay.
8.
3.
I have the most hit points out of all of you.
Oh, good wizard.
And sort of an unconventional enemy running away from us combat is where we will end tonight's stream.
I feel bad that we killed him while he was running away, but at the same we approached this wrong.
What are you?
You
Did you
feel
just say
bad.
Stop
I
feeling bad.
feel a little
The
bad.
dumbest
I feel a little
people.
bad. I feel just. I mean, we don't know. We don't know
Kill
the
it.
story. We don't know.
That
Yeah,
is
you remember
where-
about 90 seconds ago when she screamed "kill it"?
I thought we're all good.
Safira shot the arrow and she was like, I got this. And it was like, ting!
But then when she comes out of her
Hand this in.
was that
This is for a
Kuzni's
long time.
worth it.
It was the time.
I mean,
rolled a 1 and a 2 on
If Graven doesn't kill it there, all of these pods get to blow
explode.
up.
I know.
So.
It was that could have been really bad.
That could have been.
We were in a really.
I could have put down
that
you
was really
and
sticky.
me.
That was a sticky situation.
A 1 and a 2 on advantage.
It's
was-
hard doing narrow corridors
Really
when you don't have your
bad.
tank.
Yeah, it's really hard.
Well done, everyone.
Well, after all of that stress, a couple announcements. Have Maniac 88 resub for 7 months.
Thanks
you
so
very
much. Hope you enjoyed this chaotic.
Scottish Jeff also resubbed for 3 months. Thank you very much. And also, big
rated.
fun news. Well, Lord Gasumba rated us with 133
Hey,
viewers. So
good to
thank
hear
you
from
very,
you
very
again.
much.
We
But
love Lord
also,
Gasumba.
Lord Gasumba got partnered today with Twitch.
So sweet.
That's awesome.
That is like the best news.
Oh.
Congratulations, really. That's a long time coming for a lot of streamers, especially for you guys who've
Yes.
been streaming for so long.
Absolutely.
And have really have such a great stream that you guys have been doing. Congratulations. Thank you to everyone who subbed. We ran a little late tonight. We had to sort of grind through it, but we got through on the other side, and hey, proved yourself to Khlyff Ironcloud.
Oh my god.
And you
I
get
thought we weren't. I thought we were gonna come out of there with
gold.
one fewer party member, maybe.
Two
And we're gonna be
fewer.
like, sorry,
Avarius is
Cliff.
waiting up there, and like Graven opens the door. He's like, "They're gone. Don't go down there."
Seal it. Just seal it.
Bag it up. Your sack's down there. Don't get it. Don't go get it. Thank you guys, everyone.
You gave us
so
a
much.
shitty sack. Thank you.
Have a wonderful evening. We will see you next week at the same time, and we'll see what Beezaura's been up to that whole time. And then
with
we
her
will
terrible rolls.
Yeah, your little exploration rolls
Yeah,
as
she
we had
really
last
rolled
time.
so
And we'll
bad
see where the party
rolls.
chooses to go after this. Is now sort of a little reunion, and now figuring out where our next move is. Again, at this point, it's probably around like 4 o'clock. I mean, this whole sort of investigation combat can take that. Will probably take half an hour.
Gonna hobble our way to that Marvin Bishop ambush.
Thank you guys so
Oh my
much.
God,
We'll see you
that's
next week. Have a good night.
Thank you.
We gotta heal.